Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Alpha.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alpha.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running.
For what?
But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Hey Deanna, good to see you dreaming. Brown-eyed girl, Gracie. Good to see you, Minnie and Dreaming. And who else did I see here? Brown-eyed girl. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. I have a good show planned for tonight, I think. I was going over some old clips. Well, not really old, but some older clips. And I want to, Granny to 13, nice to see you. Good to see you, Elizabeth Smith. Good to see you guys. Welcome everyone coming in. So I wanted to go just back to last night, what we were talking about. Well, actually what Justin was talking about and what we showed a clip of. So I'm going to show his clip really quick just to kind of refresh our memories from last night. Because this clip really stuck with me. So here we go.
It's hard for like people to think like, oh, well, why is this happening? You know, but I don't think that their family has any influence on the way this case is going. I really don't. Instead of posting about his missing son, Edgar was busy posting cryptic post on his Facebook page. This was posted March 11th. Hashtag Sebastian Rogers. I don't think this could be said any other way better. A man's cry for help. He may not cry for help, but if you listen to the music he plays, how fast he drives, and how hard he tries to work the pain away, you'll hear the scream of a dying man. Edgar writes. Like I said, there's things that I know about situations Edgar has been in, things he has done, that I'll be able to say one day, when I do believe there'll be an arrest after that. He is incapable, in my opinion, of really reflecting on his behavior, right? I think once he gets mad, he sees all red and it's all bets off. I'll just say this. He, in my opinion, is working for a different company now. I don't even know if he was. I think he might have I don't even know if he was at work that morning. There's something we have, I have not been, and respectfully with everyone that has worked their ass off trying to get an answer. Thank you, Blue Dumpling. I am still not comfortable with any answer. I don't have enough solid. If he did, I believe he showed up very late. I don't know. He might have been there. I don't know. But I'm just not comfortable still. But like I've always said, nobody fires you the next day if your kid goes missing. Well, I'll tell you this. He never went back to that job site. I know that. I think he lives kind of a secret life in some aspects. This is been public. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like I said, there's things that I could tell you that I will one day. Just not the time now. Yes. Yes. But there's more serial than just cheating, in my opinion. Mohawk. Because I am never, ever taking up for someone who is actively not even helping with their own child's case, which, in my opinion, tells me a hell of a lot. Anyway, shall we go on? Edgar's clutching his pearls. He's going to be clutching more than that, I'll tell you that, pretty soon. Clank, clank.
Okay, guys. Yeah, so that was Justin. Now, Justin is really close to the case in terms of speaking with Tony Mathis, the spokesperson, speaking with Seth himself. So I really appreciate when he comes out and gives information. This stuck with me so much because of the fact that he is so close to Sebastian's dad and his the green team. Let's just say the green team. And I like being called that. So but it stuck with me. It just kept sticking with me, and I talked today with some close friends about it. Now there are situations that he says that he is aware of that he will disclose to everyone when there are arrests made. He says this twice, and he says that there are just some things that he cannot say right now, but someday he will. And the look on his face, the emotion, everything just points to it being not great. Another quote from Justin that really bothered me and has been bothering me. When he gets mad, when Chris Proudfoot Stepfoot gets mad, he sees red and all bets are off. Right? And I think a lot of us know people like that. Hey, Island, good to see you. Trishy, good to see you. I saw Sunny Days come in, Geo Twins. Nice to see all of you. So good to see all of you. Sadie Beth, good to see you, honey. And so, yes, it is very concerning. I don't even think that's a good enough word for it. Concerning, but it is concerning. It's just absolutely insane and sad. And to think that Sebastian had to live with him. And then also Justin says he's not comfortable with all of the information that he has gathered, everything that he's spoken about, possibly with Tony and Seth, that he's just not comfortable with that alibi that Chris has. And I don't think any of us are comfortable with the alibi that Chris has. I certainly am not. And then I was perusing the streets of YouTube, and I found this clip that Smiley posted 6 hours ago, and that was this afternoon when I saw the clip, around 3 o'clock. So it was sometime earlier to this morning that she posted this clip. Now I believe it was from TikTok, hindsight 2020, I believe. But who it is Josh from the lab and Trevor Lee, and they're talking about, "Hey, Chris Dunlap, nice to see you." They are talking about what Nina wanted Trevor to put out per their discussion about what her daughter and what Faith has said to the family. And so I do want to play that clip for you really quick. So let's watch this.
Being said, what are some of the things that we haven't heard that you'd like to share?
Yeah, so these were things that she told me that she wanted out. So these are all from her as well. She said that Chris actually told her that he and Katie were separated at one point. He had told her in November that they were having marriage problems, and he was tired of taking people's feelings into consideration. He was tired of everybody's feelings, is what he was quoted as saying to her. He allegedly, after Sebastian went missing, Chris told Faith that he bought her a new bedroom set for the house up there. Let's see.
Is that the one that's in the garage?
I guess so. I think that's the one that he referred to. But then also when Nancy Grace asked him if he got any new furniture for his daughter, he said no. So I don't really know.
Well, I think didn't he say something about a mattress in a garage?
Yeah.
That it was given to him?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So that doesn't make any sense either.
Yeah. Faith, who is, their child, witnessed Sebastian being hit in the face by Chris. This was brought back by their daughter.
Wait a minute. You're saying that Faith, Nina's daughter, witnessed Chris Proudfoot hitting Sebastian Rogers in the face?
Yes.
Okay.
Just if, we're talking about if things are relevant or not, that seems, pretty relevant to me.
Oh, I mean, that seems a little relevant to me.
Yeah. And this one was hard, just the fact that a parent could even say this. Nina told me that Katie and Chris said they don't have many pictures of Sebastian because he looks stupid, or looks dumb, when he takes pictures.
Wow. Of all the things that I wish weren't true, those two last statements, well, pretty much all of them. But I mean, Chris has yet to respond, and I don't know. I mean, all I got back from him was when I did message him about this, if he had any comment. I asked if he busted the child's lip, and he just wrote back, LOL. That was his response, LOL. And so, and I was like, do you have anything, you want to say? And people say, oh, well, you're fishing for drama. No, I was actually giving him a chance to say what, to kind of say, well, hey, this isn't how this is. What I got back was an LOL. And then he said, I can't comment because I haven't heard it, LOL or something. And then, no, it was when I asked the question, LOL. And I said, so is that your comment? And then he said, well, I can't comment because I haven't. You would know if you did that or not. Like, you don't need to hear it from her, I wouldn't think. So we have a child, Chris Proudfoot's child, witnessed Chris Proudfoot putting his hands on Sebastian, hitting Sebastian allegedly. Okay. Which is and then so then you also have the what was it, the belt situation, and there's just a lot of smoke.
Okay, guys. So that was, I know you guys are like really shocked in the chat. I wanted to say hi to Sandy and I want to say hi to Lil Red. Thanks for coming in, ladies. And yeah, so it's really concerning. It's really concerning. And I can play it again if you all want me to. So basically what it is that Faith witnessed Chris hitting Sebastian in the face, and she came home and told her mom and maybe even her sister, or whoever she felt comfortable telling, but told, confirming that had indeed happened. And so I mean, it's very concerning, to say the least. I think it does solidify a lot of the things that we were thinking of, in terms of Chris being a bully, Chris picking on people that aren't his size, Chris deciding to take discipline into his own hands and become violent with the child. It's not the first time, right? But I was always wondering if Faith had ever saw any type of anger or frustration in terms of discipline gone wrong. To me, there's no reason to hit a child in the face. You can hit them on the back of their butt. If you pop them on their butt, they got a little bit of padding back there. You hit them in their face, you could really hurt them. Sebastian has a pocket of fluid on his brain. We can't forget that. I know that it's something that we can't see, but he's had that since he was a baby. And it's Sunny Days says, in my opinion, CP hated Sebastian. It seems that way, Sunny Days. I hate to say it that just that matter of fact, as if I know it as a fact, but I do believe that he did not like him. I think that he was jealous of Sebastian. I don't think he liked the relationship between Sebastian and Katie. I think that he resented him. And I think that he knew that Sebastian was a bigger man than he'll ever be. And that's just my opinion. Good to see you, Red Eye LAX to Boston. They say, why is that sorry excuse of a human still on the streets? Come on, Craddock, do your job, Sheriff of Hendersonville, Tennessee. Yeah, I don't know why he's still out there. I think they might be biding their time. I will say that in Mr. and Mr. E's Crime Cast, when Tony Mathis was on, he was saying that there was some renewed faith in the police, that they believe that they are doing their job. Last night we heard from Justin reading a letter stating that Brandon Carter, who has been on the case since day one from the TBI, he works that case every single day. That is the only case that he works, is Sebastian Rogers' case. And that when a citizen was inquiring, he said, for one, they don't tell the parents that they can't say anything, not one single thing. They can't do that. Obviously, we all have our constitutional rights to say what we want to say in America. So thank God for that. But he said we would never do that, nor would we say that, nor would it be enforceable, basically. Then he also goes on to tell the concerned citizen that he is working diligently on the case, and basically that it is a criminal investigation. His job title is criminal investigator, right? So I think the only thing that might even put our minds to ease even more is if it was, a homicide investigator was working on it, right? Not really put our minds at ease. I guess that would make it worse. However, Chris liked to have said a billion times that it wasn't a criminal investigation. All of his cronies would go off and say that it's not a criminal investigation. Now we know that it is in fact one, because it came right out of Brandon Carter's mouth over at the TBI. Hey, kitty catty, nice to see you. So, really shocking. I'm going to play it one more time for you guys. I know, dreaming. It's just absolutely sad. It's absolutely, and it's uncalled for. You know, he doesn't have he doesn't have the right to put hands on a kid that's not his, first of all. He doesn't have right to put hands on anybody. But he has, and he's gotten away with it for far too.
What are some of the things that we haven't heard that you'd like to share?
Yeah, so these were things that she told me that she wanted out. So these are all from her as well. She said that Chris actually told her that he and Katie were separated at one point. He had told her in November that they were having marriage problems, and he was tired of taking people's feelings into consideration. He was tired of everybody's feelings, is what he was quoted as saying to her. He allegedly, after Sebastian went missing, Chris told Faith that he bought her a new bedroom set for the house up there. Let's see.
Is that the one that's in the garage?
I guess so. I think that's the one that he referred to. But then also when Nancy Grace asked him if he got any new furniture for his daughter, he said no. So I don't really know.
Well, I think didn't he say something about a mattress in a garage?
Yeah.
That it was given to him?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So that doesn't make any sense either.
Yeah. Faith, who is, their child, witnessed Sebastian being hit in the face by Chris. This was brought back by their daughter.
Wait a minute. You're saying that Faith, Nina's daughter, witnessed Chris Proudfoot hitting Sebastian Rogers in the face?
Yes.
Okay.
Just if we're talking about if things are relevant or not, that seems pretty relevant.
Oh, I mean, that seems a little relevant to me.
Yeah. And this one was hard. Just the fact that a parent could even say this. Nina told me that Katie and Chris said they don't have many pictures of Sebastian because he looks stupid or looks dumb. Sorry, when he takes pictures.
Wow. Of all the things that I wish weren't true, those two last statements, well, pretty much all of them. But I mean, Chris has yet to respond, and I don't know. I mean, all I got back from him was when I did message him about this, if he had any comment. I asked if he busted the child's lip, and he just wrote back, LOL. That was his response, LOL. And so, and I was like, do you have anything, you want to say? And people say, oh, well, you're fishing for drama. No, I was actually giving him a chance to say what, to kind of say, well, hey, this isn't how this is. What I got back was an LOL. And then he said, I can't comment because I haven't heard it, LOL or something. And then, no, it was when I asked the question, LOL, and I said, so is that your comment? And then he said, well, I can't comment because I haven't. You would know if you did that or not. Like, you don't need to hear it from her, I wouldn't think. So we have a child, Chris Proudfoot's child witnessed Chris Proudfoot putting his hands on Sebastian, hitting Sebastian allegedly. Okay. Which is, and then so then you also have the, the belt situation, and there's just a lot of smoke.
Okay, guys. And one thing I wanted to start with too is it kind of took offense a little bit. Maybe it's just because I'm a creator too, but to the point of someone telling Josh that he's fishing for drama, I don't think so. I think that's a legitimate question. I think if we hear something like that and it's so horrible, that we don't really know what to think or believe, and I have the person's number, I might just text them and ask them, "Hey, is this true or not?" And then I would never expect LOL back or any type of like joking. I would be expecting a hell no, I would never do that. That's terrible. How could you think that of me or something, but um just trying to say, "Hey, I would never ever do that." Sadie Beth, thank you so much. Um yeah, I do respect, guys, be a little bit easier on the comments in the chat, please, because I know sometimes the parents are watching the chats and stuff like that, and I'd hate to have somebody see like a comment that says maybe that somebody was hurt in that manner, because well, you know, we're dealing with someone who's not a nice person, and I get that. He's evil in my opinion. He's got that evil in him. But with that being said, also a narcissist, right? Because he's tired of considering other people's feelings. Guys, we have to do that on a daily basis, right? On a daily basis, we need to consider other people's feelings. If say we go to the grocery store and the checkout person doesn't say hello to us, maybe their head's down, maybe they're upset, maybe they're sad, right? Maybe they're having the worst day of their life. We do not know that. And so in this instance, we can't ever be tired of feeling for other people or considering someone else's feelings. If we did that, then we would have a much worse society than we already have. So for someone like that, like Chris Proudfoot, who is a narcissist, in my opinion, those are the types of people that just get so tired of feeling, everybody's feelings, and don't share your feelings. And, he gets upset about it. He's, he gets angry, about it. And it's just crazy. It's just crazy. Um, Merge says what would have we excuse me. Merge says would have a better chance at getting the house in a divorce if Sebastian was gone. Perhaps. I don't know their situation per se, because when you're married, most states it's 50-50, so it's split down the middle. But sometimes they have stipulations. Sometimes you can get a really great lawyer, and they can, depending on the other person's lawyer, they could basically get what they want because they have a lawyer and they have someone who's up to bat for them. That's what's really the key in family court. It's not really who's right or wrong or anything like that. It's just whoever has the best lawyer. Justin, good to see you. Thank you so much for that comment. That was really nice of you, Justin. Welcome in, and we're glad to have you here. Senior Beast, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you, Elizabeth Smith. Elizabeth says, I want to scream. I am screaming inside. God will have the last say. CP, KP, Sakfi, and all in the collusion. I think that that might be the case. I really do. I think that might be part of it, where there's 4 involved. I really do feel that way. I wish that I didn't, but I really do feel that way. How traumatic for these kids. I know. And for little Faith to have to go there after he went missing, because let's put it into perspective. She would go there per the parenting plan, for the summer, for some weeks in the summer, and then also during Christmas. And so for her to have to go back into that house, knowing that she witnessed that before and saw Sebastian being hit in the face, and then she had to go back over there and spend time with Chris and Katie alone, she must have been terrified out of her wits. I mean, just terrified. Thank you, Dreaming. Thank you. Little Red says, because he lies all the time. He sure does. He sure does. It's pathetic. Just Dawn says, from the day of their interview, my gut said he did something. He's supposedly not home yet. He did all the talking. Exactly. And he slipped up a couple times where when Smiley from Smiley Story's World asked him, could Sebastian get out the window? Could he walk out the front door without being picked up on the neighbor's ring cams? Or could he go out the window? And he's like, no, he couldn't go out the window because he would have stepped on the bushes and we would have heard someone scream. So we would have heard someone scream. And so it's hard to believe that he wasn't there. It's very, very hard to believe that he wasn't there. Now, he had to have left at some point because he was back in Memphis in the morning. Trishy said, just on, yes, he did. And I don't know, guys. I did see a comment earlier about when this recording was. I do not know because I did not get it from the original source. It was a replay, and then I just took the audio from that and put up a different background on it. But it was a conversation with Josh from the lab and Trevor Lee, who spoke directly with Nina. And so that's where that came from. But I'm not sure the exact date, if it was back when Trevor Lee had his own channel and he interviewed Nina, or if it was much later. It was posted by Smiley Stories World, and she posted it today, sometime this morning. So it was just posted this morning, but I'm not sure when this live occurred on Josh's channel. I'm thinking it's Josh's channel. Sunny Day says, in my opinion, all they had to do is give Sebastian to Seth. Absolutely. And we're going to go into that too, because I pulled Mr. E's. Michelle, good to see you. Gracie says that manner is way too much to handle that home, in my opinion. Yeah, the way that they handled Sebastian was completely wrong, right? I don't understand why they would do that to him. They blamed everything on him. I can't understand why he would dislike Sebastian so much, other than the fact that he was jealous of him. He was jealous of his mother's relationship with him. I was looking back at pictures of Katie and Sebastian, and there were a couple of pictures where it looked like she was proud to be with him. And so I just don't know where the disconnect came in, or a theory that I've been really thinking about lately is if maybe Katie didn't have anything to do with it, and maybe it was Chris that hurt Sebastian, and just maybe she's afraid to come forward. And the reason I say that is because of what Tony Mathis said on Mr. and Mrs. E's Crimecast. So I want to listen to that too. And I found an interesting clip to go along with that as well. Just Dawn says, my heart breaks for faith. My heart's broken for Faith. You know what she's got to be thinking. Absolutely. And she's so strong. Like, there are grown men that will not come forward in this case, but a little girl came forward and was strong enough to call out Kathy Bowersox and to say, my mom is not playing the victim card, because she is a victim. What she went through and what your son put her through is the reason why my mother is sad, my mother is upset, those types of things. Thank you, Trishy. Thank you. Especially when it comes to Sebastian, guys, let's tread lightly. I agree. I welcome all opinions, but just tread lightly when it comes to what may have happened to him. Just kind of use some code words or a little bit of, couth, just so that way, if Seth comes in here, for instance, I do not want him to see these comments like this, of what may have happened, because we don't know. And it's also just, it's horrific. It's horrific. It's just, and especially when we hear this and we know that there was an active custody battle for years going on between Chris and Nina. And then Chris still has the audacity to do these types of things in front of Faith, knowing full well that she can go back and tell her mom what's going on in the house, knowing full well she might be afraid to come back into his house. He doesn't care because, again, he's tired of considering other people's feelings. He's tired of it. He's sick of it. He doesn't want to have to do it anymore. Why should he have to consider anybody else's feelings besides his own? You know, Lil Red says, I do know KK's name is first on the mortgage, therefore she is the buyer. Absolutely. Thank you, Lil Red, for saying that. I wasn't going to say it, but I figured somebody would have in the chat. I did look up public records on that, and that is true. KK's name is on the is actually the buyer. She's the buyer. It's her home. Thank you, Minnie. I just saw your message. Thank you so much. Grace's gavel says Edgar credit is destroyed. 5 wives. Yeah, absolutely. And not only that, we find out that he was hurting all 5 of them, that he hurt them really badly. That's the reason why they probably aren't together anymore, because it was too much. You know, yes, G of Twins says brutal for that kid. It is. Thank you, Trishy. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Hey, Linda, good to see you. TikTok is gone. Oh no. What do we do? We'll have a lot of TikTokers coming over, so that's a good thing. Hopefully they'll join the green team. Hopefully they'll be part of Sebastian's army. We need more people. We always need more people. Michelle says, in my opinion, Katie taking the 5th, no charges for anyone. She won't have to testify about Chris either with the 5th. Divorce, in my opinion, get away with the opinion they are involved. Yeah, Chris ran. Yeah, take the 5th too. Yeah, or Chris can take the 5th too. Chris can take the 5th. Anybody can plead the 5th, right? Nobody has to talk. But the problem is most of the time when, okay, say they hauled 2 people in, right? For, in connection with the crime. Many times they will cut a deal with one or the other so they can get the truth out, right? Or they can get a conviction. Unfortunately, that is one of the sticky, areas where we may not see justice as it should be. One familiar case where we saw this happen was in Harmony Montgomery's case. In my opinion, her stepmother should have been sitting in the women's prison adjacent to her husband, Adam Montgomery. She was just as liable for what happened to Harmony. She could have gotten in between those blows, and she could have been able to take them better than a 5-year-old could have. It's gross, but what they needed from her was her to testify against Adam. So what they did was they cut a deal with her, a sweetheart deal, and she's walking around out there somewhere, up in Manchester somewhere, or around the New Hampshire area. And so, yeah, I mean, that's what happened. So, in a perfect world, whoever had the most to do with it should be charged to the fullest, but that doesn't always happen. And it doesn't always happen where both people that are involved get charged to the fullest, because one of them has to roll on the other to get a good conviction, to get a solid, to get a jury to, without a reasonable doubt that they did this crime, and yes, they should spend the rest of their life or have the DP or whatever. Many married couples can't testify against each other, right? Yeah, so there's a little bit of a gray area in there. You can't be forced to testify against your spouse, but you can choose to testify against them. And how they do that is when, like, they're both involved, so if they're both involved, somebody's gonna go ahead and roll. Good to see you, Remy Stuff. Welcome in, guys. Everybody, I hope I didn't miss anybody. Let's see here. Hey, Faye, good to see you, sweetheart. Good to see you. Good to see all of you guys. Michelle, thank you. Thanks for being number 44. Yep, it is Smiley's interview. Yeah, she did. Let's see. Hey, Joe. Good to see you. Did you, Gracie? Gracie talked about it today. She says, "Boom, lady, I talked about this today." Yeah, I mean, because we're getting down to it, guys. I really feel like that. When I saw those emails last night from Brandon Carter, I was floored. I was like, "Oh my gosh," that renewed my faith, and I will tell you the thumbnail that I made with Brandon Carter, he received an award for good police work, is the reason why he was holding that little man statue in the thumbnail, and that's because he did good police work, and this was before he was on the TBI. Um, he did good police work and got an award for it. Hey, Tori. Now we don't hear that all the time, and from we watched some clips that were negative, right, towards the Sumner County Sheriff's Office a couple nights ago. But whenever they do something positive, I want to highlight that person, right, because they're doing what's right. And so, oh yes. Gracie. Oh my goodness. Hello. I need to get with the program. Lil Red says, in my opinion, CP was tired of his problems being her number one and CP being number two. Absolutely. I think that is a big, big issue for Chris because he wanted to be the center of attention, right? That's how narcissists are. They can't handle anyone else being the center of attention, not even a little kid. Not even a little kid, and vying for Katie's attention. Even say he was over the phone with her and Sebastian needed something from her, that'd piss him off, just being a narcissist because it's all about him, right? He's tired of considering other people's feelings. He's tired of considering how other people feel, and that's terrible. Wait, what? Says sorry for being late. No, don't be sorry. Life stuff happens, even the good stuff. Good. Oh, I'm glad. Yes, yes. So, so brave. All these kids are brave for dealing with Chris Proudfoot. And the problem is that the reason why Katie was being named in a lot of these CPS reports was because of the fact that she was allowing this behavior. She wasn't leaving Chris, right? That was why. That was part of it, because she was allowing it to happen. And I believe that she was scared, because I re-listened to what Tony had to say in these clips with Mr. and Mrs. E's Crimecast. So we're going to listen to them. But all right, Chris, I'm sorry. I try not to call you out, but I gotta get you out of here. You can't be saying stuff like that, guys. You just can't, okay? I'm not going to call people out because I'm sure some people don't understand that maybe that might be inappropriate, but you can't say stuff like that about Sebastian, okay? We don't know what happened to him, but we definitely don't want to hear about no buzzards getting at him. Come on, let's keep it freaking classy. Gigi, nice to see you. Hey, Holly S, good to see you. Wait, what? In my opinion, KP is terrified of him and will say anything he tells her to. Yeah, and then also like don't cry. Don't cry about it. Put your big girl pants on, one foot in front of the other. It's not. I mean, it's about to be a year. It's like it's still probably as fresh as it was the first day it happened, right? So, tonight we're just gonna do a little bit of playing devil's advocate, like maybe, because I'm going to tell you, I did feel like this for a really long time in the beginning, that perhaps Katie has battered woman syndrome, and that she doesn't know what to do. She feels trapped. There's situations of financial abuse. I don't think that Katie has that to a certain extent, but it might be. I mean, there's a possibility that maybe she couldn't afford to have the home by herself, things like that. So those are always things to consider. Um, but I do want to consider this tonight because I think it's important. I think that people need to kind of understand the dynamic because you can see a strong, smart person like Katie, right? She's tough. She was in the Navy. You can't be a pansy and be in the Navy, especially women. They have to prove themselves even more. But with that being said, when somebody that you love is busting you down every single day, left and right, you're not good enough. You're not smart, you're not pretty, nobody wants you. All of this bullshit that they're telling you every single day, it breaks you down. It really does. It makes you second guess yourself. It makes you feel horrible about yourself. It makes you feel like nobody else would ever want you. And then on top of it, God only knows the awful things he was saying about Sebastian and finding another partner and everything else. I can just only imagine, and it makes me crazy to think about it. So yes, just Dawn, that's a really good point. And Deborah Williams says Florida keeps coming up. Could they have property in Florida? Oh, I've never heard about a Florida connection. I haven't. And in the schools that they were going to send him to, that wasn't one of them, but I don't know. They could. I don't know all of the places that the Sox have properties either. I'm not fully aware of that, but just the ones in Gallatin. But I don't know all the homes that they had access to for, Mama Sox. She was a realtor, so you have access to plenty of properties. As a matter of fact, all you have to do in most cases, Missouri, we had digital lock boxes where we used our iPhones to open and close them. But many times all you have to do is say, hey, you call a local realtor, one of your buddies, one of your people you network with every day, somebody that has a random listing, you can call them up and be like, hey, do you have the number of the lockbox I want to show? And they'll give it to you. And then you go show the property and you lock it back up when you leave. Just something to think about. Michelle, good to see you. Michelle says, is that true? Katie can still get charged with neglect seeing all the ABUSC, yet she has one DCFS case she did. CP for KP1, total of 5 involving Sebastian. If not involved, in my opinion, she can be charged for neglect. Yes, this has made me wonder, and I don't know if it's because they feel like they have bigger fish to fry with these two or not. But I'm gonna play that clip really quick, so we'll go over what Tony said and how he put it. Basically, back in October or the fall of 2022. They wanted Sebastian to go live with Seth all the way back then. It wasn't as new as we all originally thought. It was more or less that they wanted him to go live with his dad because they didn't want him to live in with them no more. Chris wanted his daughter. And in the phone call or in the live conversation, he also says that he told Faith, and I'm guessing this is according to Nina and Faith, that he got her a new bedroom set. CP told Faith that he bought her a new bedroom set. And then when he was asked about the bedroom set in Nancy Grace, he said, yeah, there was a mattress that was given to him for his daughter that was out in the garage. Because people were thinking that maybe he was being made to stay out in the garage because that's what one of the neighbors said. I knew what you meant, just Dawn. I knew what you meant. Minnie says, but you can be nice about your words. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's the problem. That's the problem. Don't say things like chopped up and stuff like that. Please, guys, because for one, it gives me the heebie-jeebies, but to think that his parents or somebody would see that in his family, my God. Geo Twins, the first snitch gets the best deal. Exactly. That's exactly right. And that's the thing. Whoever's willing to, give the better story that makes more sense and roll on the other person, yeah, because that's what they are looking for that conviction. Unfortunately, May, good to see you. May says yes, they both was. Oh, maybe Nina. Okay, Nina testify against Chris Paul, but about the child, yes. So yeah, dude needs to be behind bars, in my opinion. He does. Dude needs to be behind bars for sure. Clink clink. And Merge says KP was so mean to Nina, it's hard to believe she is a wilting flower. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. I think Nina's tough. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I think she's tough. Yeah. Minnie says, how would you feel if you came on here and your child was missing? Yep. And saw these things. Yep. Exactly. That's why we can't say stuff like that, guys. We have to be really tender about it because it's like, um, yeah, I mean, I know most of you. I know most of you understand. I'm not going to lecture you guys. Lil Red says, be mindful in chat. Yep, please. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Hey, Tori. Hey, Tori. Let's see. Yeah, Steven Stearns and Jennifer Soto, for instance. Absolutely. Absolutely. And, her ass needs to be behind bars, too. I don't know how she's still walking around. I can't wait till they put her in the clinker. And Gracie says, you cannot always assume things per people on a mortgage. True. That is true, Grace. That is. It might be a refi. Yep. Where they refinanced it and only one person was on the loan. Both were on the deed. Yep. Example. Exactly. That is very true. That is very true. And I don't know how it works in Tennessee because sometimes even your spouse's assets are also your assets. So a lot of places are like 50-50 no matter what, unless there's a prenuptial agreement. So that's a great point, Gracie. Thank you. So it's hard to tell. Hey, The Path, good to see you. Get your ears on. I love that. Thank you. Joe says there should be no deals in cases that people hurt children. I know it's so frustrating, Joe. It is because it's like, okay, what's the lesser of the two evils? And then also just like Kayla Montgomery, just like yes, Jen Soto. It's like they belong to be in there too. You know what I mean? And if they had a conscience, which it says a lot when someone's willing to just throw someone else under the bus and not take any personal responsibility for what they've had, what part they've played in the whole entire deal, and they're just willing to throw that other person under. I will say, Kayla Montgomery, I think it killed her to testify against Adam. I don't think she wanted to testify against Adam. I think she still loves Adam. I don't know which emails, Sandy. I'm sorry. I must have missed that. Tori says, did I miss it when you read the letter of Nina's daughter? She did say CP's dad and stepmom were chasing them down the freeway, correct? Yes, they did. Yes, she did. She said that. Yeah, I read it, guys. I mean, I need to, I can reread it, but I have to do it on a recorded because I can't read it again. It's just, it's too much. I'm gonna have to stop in between of it because it's so hard. It's so hard to read it because this is coming from a little girl who is basically telling her side of the story from her perspective, and it's just so sad. It's 10 times sadder than hearing Nina say it. It was so sad listening to her say it, but to hear how Hope is her name, Hope's feelings on it, it was just gut-wrenching. Like I can't believe that these children go through this, and it's because of the choices that we make, because I'm one of them that made the choices like that, to be with this man like this. It's awful, and I feel so bad for the kids that have to deal with it. Dawn says, I would join membership, but I need an iPhone link. Oh, let's see. I think Minnie knows how to do it. Thank you, Just Dawn. That's so sweet of you. I appreciate you. I know, because I have an iPhone too, and it's really hard for me like to even do any of it. I don't know why they're so different operating systems, but Michelle says, if KP, even knowing what all went on in that house, her and Chrissy what each other did see something, say something. Yeah, see something, say something. Absolutely. KP would get neglected, never have Sebastian if he does come home. Yeah. Hey, Robini, I don't think that she was in the right at all. I don't. I really don't. I just wonder if it's one of those things where he's hurting her behind the scenes and she's not having a real choice whether she can talk or not because she's under his thumb, so to speak. And the reason I say that, I will go ahead and play this. Yes, Faye, Harmony's, they have not found Harmony, and her dad was taunting the Manchester police, saying basically, you're never going to find her. But her mama's still looking for her. Truth for Us, good to see you. Number 55, thank you very much. These parents don't want their son found. They don't want searchers looking. One better step forward so the other one doesn't get the better deal. Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we are upon that time. We're approaching it, right? And I think everybody kind of feels that. Um, Even Chris, he was talking about getting a job up in Canada. Thank you, Minnie, for dropping that link. Thank you, guys. Oh, good. Oh, thank you. Thank you for becoming a member. Just on. Thank you. I'm guessing Ellie talked to KP alone to see if she was afraid of CP. I would think so, but we're dealing with Craddock. You know, he was on that case and he thinks there's snuggle struggles and stuff. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. That's my problem with Craddock. Hey, Chandra. The Path says, I wonder how many times Edgar talked to Sebastian on the phone that entire month of February when he wasn't there. Me too. I wonder that as well. And I also wonder if he did, in fact, come home on the weekends, but he was parking in the construction area. And then I also wonder how many times he made Katie send him pictures, or how many pictures Katie took it upon herself to take of Sebastian eating to appease Chris and make sure that he knew that he was eating his entire plate. Because if it was me, I would put whatever he didn't want to eat in the trash, and then I'd send that to Chris. That's just how I am, though. I get real ornery about shit because I'll be damned. But hey, Megan, it's good to see you. But yeah, it is sad because I understand there's probably love there for Chris from Katie. And I also think that he tricked her. I do. I think he love bombed her in the beginning. We can see that because when we look at how they would go out to those restaurants together and take Sebastian with, they didn't get a sitter for that. Sebastian was with them at that restaurant. That's how he likes tofu, is because he was at that restaurant with them. According to Chris and Katie, this is their words, not mine, right? But according to Chris, he took him on a quote unquote real fishing trip. And that's the photos that we see of Sebastian. He's holding the fish and he's got his hand up, like, fist bumping, like he's super excited. Chris even paid for them, and he made sure to let us all know that he paid for them to go on another round and go fishing even longer. So, I mean, and then Katie also said on her last interview with Queen Bee, she stated that they used to go hiking all the time in California because they have beautiful waterfalls and stuff like that. Well, then she caught herself because you can go hiking in a lot of places in Tennessee too. Tennessee is gorgeous. But they don't do that kind of stuff anymore. Hell, the neighbors said that they didn't even have Sebastian outside of the house ever. That he was never outside playing catch. That he was never outside, running through the sprinkler or any of that kind of stuff. He was always inside, and that's just so sad. Lil Red says in mortgage, the first name on the mortgage is the buyer, second person is the co-buyer. The first person credit was used on the warranty deed. You can be a co-owner but not be on the mortgage. Yeah, that's true. I can see that. And two, also, I think a lot of it is considered marital property. Again, I don't know the whole I don't know the whole deal with that yeah, just like, yeah, the red flags. There's so many red flags, Holly S. There are so many, too many. Rob Beanie says, I think CP was jealous because Sebastian was smarter than him. I think so too. I think he was jealous because he's smarter than him, funnier than him, sweeter than him, handsomer than him. He was just all around, all around upset with Sebastian because everybody loves Sebastian. Nobody liked him. Nobody likes him. And everybody loves Sebastian, and now nobody likes him. Well, some people do. We'll give him that. And Lil Red says, Gracie, my husband, is an SRVP of a bank in commercial lending. Oh, well, there we go. Yeah, when it comes to that, I just feel like he probably didn't put his name. See, this is the first thing I thought of when I saw that. It was like, he must not want to put his name on there in case he wants to like skedaddle on out real quick. And why have his name on her mortgage and things like that? So that's just kind of where I was at with it. I didn't even think about a mortgage refi. I really didn't, because now they have been in that house, I think it's been only about a year and a half, 2 years. Michelle says, in my opinion, an intelligent as Katie is, it blows my mind. No Cam's having an autistic child. Even with a different or able child, I can. If kids playing outside and one taking the Cam would show I was a protective mom. Oh, yeah, always aware. Yeah, absolutely, Michelle. I mean, even if a child doesn't have the same types of difficulties with things like Sebastian had, um, it's still something where you want to protect your kids no matter what, But to me, I feel like I would be more overprotective over Sebastian because I wouldn't want him to hit his head. I wouldn't want him to, be in a situation where someone had a cat and said, hey, look at my cat. Because Sebastian loved cats, right? He loves them. And so he doesn't want, I wouldn't want someone to come and try to show him a little kitten and say, come with me, because that's scary as hell. The path says, imagine how it feels not seeing your kid for a year. Exactly. And imagine how it would feel. Now, let's just play devil's advocate, guys, because I understand that Katie is an enabler, right? I understand that. She is one of Chris's flying monkeys. I'm not saying that she is not one of them. But what I'm saying is just for the sake of devil's advocate here, what if he did something and said, if you say anything, I'm going to unalive you. If you say anything, I am going to, XYZ. And she is scared to death, right? Or maybe he's steady hurting her on a daily basis, hitting her on a daily basis, because there are things that happen behind closed doors and some people would never even know. If he hit her somewhere on her body where she could cover it up, let's just say, then we wouldn't know that. We wouldn't know about it. And he's not dumb. He's manipulative. He's cunning, but he's not dumb enough to hit her in the face. I don't think he's dumb enough to put marks on her where people can see them. So, and Holly says, yes, in my opinion, he does it to everyone. Me too. Oh my goodness, Gracie, I'm sorry. See, exactly. And see, that's why. And that should be like that as well. That should be like that as well in this case, Gracie, because allowing it is the problem. And see, and this is what they were talking about. Let me go ahead. We'll start playing these real quick because this is what Tony was talking about. It piqued my interest. I thought, oh crap. First, what I want to do is go over the schools and stuff. So we'll start up there.
We've got Tony Mathis here, of course, the spokesperson for Seth Rogers.
There had been an email sent by Seth Rogers that he was trying to get Sebastian put in a a home. I think it started out, September, October, that kind of thing. Even the dates aren't correct. Uh, I heard another rumor that something to the effect of Seth was told that, well, they had given Seth a year to get his home in order. And because he couldn't get his home in order, they were going to do something different with Sebastian. That's kind of like it's kind of like a lot of the other things that have happened there locally. It's just not factual. Um, I'll take you guys back. First off, we're familiar with some of these DCS reports that have been talked about over and over again. I think it's important for your audience to know that over the last 2 years, there's been 5 different DCS reports that were filed. Those reports started in 22.
So did you say 5, Tony?
Correct.
Okay.
Are these all in the Proudfoot home?
Correct.
Okay,
Now,
yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that number before.
So what I can tell you, obviously, we are not allowed to discuss the content of those reports.
Right.
I can tell you that whether they're in one parent's name or the other step parent's name, the allegations are consistently against the step parent. So you can have a DCS report that's filed that may be in the mom's name, but it may be regarding the environment that she is allowing her child to be in. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's go back to the first of these DCS reports was filed in 22. So fast forward to 23, which would have been, let's say, a year ago at this time. Katie and Chris were actually trying to get Seth to take Sebastian a year before everybody knew that the plan was for him to go to live with Seth. So you look at, I want to say, October of 22. Now these dates are rough. They're within a month or so of being accurate.
Okay.
But in October of 22, they had tried to get Seth to take Sebastian then. This is not something that a lot of people know. Well,
I have not heard this, no.
what they're talking about when they say that things could not get in order for him to get Sebastian, it had nothing to do with his home. It had to do with the fact that they wanted him to take Sebastian in the fall of 22, and he had tried to get signed up for the online program with Clarksville schools, and there was a waiting list, and he could not get approved. So he had a conversation with Chris and Katie and told them that he really thought that it would be smart for them to continue to let him finish out the school year and not move him to another physical school in the middle of the year. So that's what happened. He stayed in his, stayed at the school he was at for the remainder of 22 and part of 23. So fast forward to November of 23, we know that there were more DCS reports filed in that month. And we know that on or about the time those DCS reports were filed, Seth Rogers received a call from Chris and Katie that they wanted to put Sebastian in a behavioral center. Basically, You can call it a boys' home. I don't like to call it that. I like to call it a behavioral center.
Okay.
They were having problems with Sebastian at home. They were having problems with Sebastian at school. They were kind of at their wits' end with him. According to Seth, they did not have a lot of patience with him, which is why they had a lot of problems that Seth did not have when he was with Seth. So Seth asked Chris and Katie to send him the name of the organization that they were trying to send him to. They sent him the name. The name of that organization was Bledsoe Youth Academy in Gallatin, Tennessee. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that place.
I don't think I've heard of that.
Okay.
A scathing report has a Gallatin facility for at-risk youth under fire. Bledsoe Youth Academy is a 30-bed residential treatment center for troubled boys.
The report was done by the New Hampshire office of the Child Advocate after 2 boys in the state's custody were sent to the facility. News 2 has covered problems at that facility before. It was called then Volunteer Youth Academy. Here's News 2's Tori Gessner.
For Cassandra Sanchez, stepping into the Bledsoe Youth Academy in Gallatin was like stepping back in time.
We've made a lot of progress as a country when we're talking about residential care for kids and reducing that stigmatization, the institutional feel, and I felt all of that by being in this facility.
The visit was part of her job as the child advocate for the state of New Hampshire, checking in on the children from New Hampshire placed at Bledsoe. Sanchez releasing her findings in a new report, highlighting the culture of fear and humiliation, the lack of ethical treatment and boundaries by care staff, and unclean facility. Conditions so bad. One of the children told Sanchez they'd rather stay at the juvenile jail in New Hampshire.
To hear them expressing their concerns and asking us, how can we get back to New Hampshire? It's absolutely heartbreaking.
The report alleges staff brings up children's past trauma to embarrass them in front of their peers. One example, you were here because your uncle raped you, according to the report. Sanchez also documents the dangerous restraints used by staff, which caused rug burns to kids' faces, and how children are incentivized to assault other problematic kids.
Really, for it to be a healing environment, you need to remove those triggering aspects of the program, and rather this program is adding them to and allowing it to come through their staff.
But Sanchez says Bledsoe Youth Academy shouldn't take all the blame. Its parent company, Youth Opportunity Investments, has been the subject of multiple News 2 reports and the target of censure and lawsuits in other states. Since Youth Opportunity Investments operates facilities across the U.S., Sanchez worries about the number of children suffering behind closed doors.
Coming into a facility and seeing concerns that are very obvious and not something we have to dig deeper for is absolutely more concerning. What is happening to our kids when we're not there?
Tori Gessner, News 2.
Now, we reached out to Youth Opportunity Investments for comment, but have not heard back. Tennessee's Department of Children's Services conducted an unannounced visit of Bledsoe Youth Academy back in June and found the facility was generally clean and was in compliance with treatment protocols.
So that was in November of 23. Seth does research on that specific center, and according to Seth, there had been 5 or 6 childhood deaths associated with that facility.
Oh, wow.
So when he found that out, he reached out to Chris and Katie again by phone, let them know that under no circumstances was his son going to that facility, and gave them the reason. So they in turn told Seth that if he could find another behavioral facility that he liked better or that he thought was a safer place for Sebastian, they would allow, they would consider that. So the infamous email that people are talking about was simply a forwarded email. I have a copy of it, and I will send it to you guys off the air.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you.
He reached out to a lady that was a behavioral specialist, and she recommended 4 different centers. And the
Okay.
4 centers were, one was in Missouri, one was in Utah, one was in Wyoming, and then the 4th one was in another state. I can't remember what state it was in.
Okay.
So when Seth got that email, the email described in great detail each facility, what they treated, what they specialized in, a little bit about the facility, and it was basically a synopsis of all 4 facilities.
Okay, guys, I just wanted to shout out to Detroit Rock City. Good to see you. Starflower, Star, and Lisa, be always. And then I saw Sharon and Susan come in. So good to see you all. Let me see here. Trishy sent, oh, thank you, Trishy. Trishy says, thank you for sharing this information from your powerful and heartfelt perspective. Thank you, Trishy. That's so sweet of you. I really appreciate that. I really do. I found this, and I've never seen this. Oh my goodness, Gracie, I don't know what's going on, but everybody, oh my goodness. But everybody was talking about this Bledsoe Youth Academy, so I look it up, and there's a 7-page report from, of all places, New Hampshire, because that's where Little Harmony's from, right? And that's where the Commonwealth actually gave custody to a teardrop tattoo guy, which was her dad, Adam Montgomery. But they apparently transferred some kids to this Bledsoe Youth Academy in Gallatin, Tennessee, and then they ended up writing an expose about it because the conditions were so awful. They were being shamed for things like SA. They were being shamed for things like traumatic events that happened in their lives. And so I just can't believe that that was a place that they wanted to send Sebastian to. Although, on the other hand, I can believe that because of Chris's mentality, the way that he does make fun of other people because of their sensitivities to things. So I think that that is kind of par for the course for him, because we've witnessed him doing that. And sometimes when you hang around with somebody that does that a whole lot, it kind of rubs off on you. Almost like a, if you can't beat them, join them kind of mentality. A lot of times too, when we're afraid, we're and I'm not saying it's right, but I feel like maybe she was putting Sebastian under the bus because she was so scared, and she was more worried about herself than she was about Sebastian. It's one point of view that could possibly fit. Minnie, thank you so much for gifting all of those memberships. And if you get a membership, just make sure you say thank you to Minnie. Thank you, guys. Trishy says that I've never actually heard anyone talk about Sebastian's troublesome behaviors. Neither have I. His teachers said wonderful things about him. The community members that did know him said wonderful things about him. So it's very odd to hear all of that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? It's really hard. Wait, what, says Star, exactly where the report started? It's very upsetting. Yes. So basically, what Tony was saying is that back in October of 2022, they wanted Sebastian to go live with Seth. So they brought it up to Seth, tried to get Seth to take Sebastian, was the exact quote, right? Clarksville schools didn't have a place for him in their online program. So he was waitlisted and he couldn't get approved to come into the school yet. So they figured he can finish the school year off where he was and then wait for his spot to become open, because he did apply for it, and he was the way that I understand it is that he was accepted into the program. They just didn't have a spot for him yet. So he was kind of waitlisted. And so as soon as one became available, they were going to let him have it. It wasn't like there was any criteria that he didn't match or anything like that, to my knowledge, and the best of my understanding. But then November of 2023, there's more DCF reports. DCS, or Department of Family and Children's Services, right? Or Children and Family Services, reports that were filed that month. And then around that time, Seth receives a call about putting Sebastian in a behavioral center, a residential school, boys home. It used to be called boarding school, kind of a thing. You know, we'd watch those movies back in the day where it was like the evil stepmom might send you to boarding school or whatever. And just because she didn't want to have to deal with you and she wanted to get rid of you, you know, basically. And that's kind of how I feel with Sebastian in this situation. And well, it's a very similar, it seems that way anyway. So when they start researching these homes that Chris and Katie are suggesting, right? Seth is like, okay, let me look into it. And I'm sure reluctantly. And he's looking into this and he finds he may have seen this. This video, the clip that I showed, it just said a year ago. But whenever they did that actual, let's see if I have it in here. They did the expose. It was back in 2023, I believe. Let me see if I didn't take a screenshot. Oop, I didn't take a screenshot of it. Hold on, let me see here, because all I have to do is Google. All you got to do is Google it, y'all, and it comes up. Unfortunately, it does. It comes right in. Where's my Chrome? Okay. And now I don't know who suggested this Bledsoe Youth Academy. I don't know who decided that might be a good idea without doing any research on it. It just seems like Sebastian was an afterthought at a point. They had 3 reviews on their website. I want to show you guys this. Lexi Alexander gave us 5 stars. Scott Fisher 5 stars. And then Emily gives 1 star and says, the fact that another state's child services, New Hampshire, wrote an exposing article about the inhumane conditions should speak volumes about it. Let's see here. Yeah, August 9th, 2023, was the News 2 article. So he may have saw all of this. And then when they actually did when New Hampshire did it, it was September 6th, 2023. The Office of the Child Advocate was contacted by numerous key stakeholders after releasing the issue briefing. So there's people that are invested in that Bledsoe school, that have given money to it, that have supported its efforts. And now we see that its efforts is to shame these children who have gone through super traumatic situations, like the little child who was raped by their uncle. Absolutely sick. Seth also told Tony that there wasn't a whole lot of patience when it came to Sebastian. And we see that in the Texas Roadhouse video, in my opinion. Sebastian is polite. He sits down at the table. He points over to the little games console. It's like a little black box that you see sitting on the table. And Katie dismisses him and pushes a menu towards him across the table, and then proceeds to just sit on her cell phone for the majority of the meal. Taking him to a place that he doesn't like, because he doesn't eat steak. He's not a big fan of red meat. And if Chris knows that and he can retain that much about Sebastian, I'm pretty sure that Katie knows that as well. So still, I don't understand why they went there. But at any rate, they did. You know, what would happen if Sebastian didn't finish his plate? Would his stepfather see red? Would there be no stopping him? Would all bets be off? I mean, that's what I worry about with this case, because no wonder he was acting out. No wonder he was having accidents. No wonder he was upset all the time. No wonder he didn't have any friends over. You know, Faye says, in my opinion, Edgar didn't give a penny about Sebastian. He wouldn't give so much money for his education. Exactly. Exactly, Faye. It was all okay to send him away until it was too expensive, and which is ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. Thank you, Lori P. Thank you, Lori P. And let's go ahead and listen to this next clip.
So Seth on December 1st simply forwarded that email to Chris and Katie. Again, I have a copy of the forwarding email. So they did some research, figured out that those facilities were between $5,000 and $10,000 a month. They decided it wasn't in the cards for the blended family together to be able to pay for that. So that's when they went back to, well, when this school year is over, he's coming to live with you, which would have been in May, which of course Seth said, fantastic.
Right. Okay.
I'm going to go back to Clarksville and I'm going to find out if he is ready to be approved for that online school. Well, in a matter of a week, Seth found out that Sebastian's name had come up, which would have been the second week of December, and that Sebastian had been approved for the online school. Basically, his turn in line had come up. So everything was situated there. They quit talking about the behavioral centers or what have you, and just accepted the fact that in May he was going to live with his dad, and it would be his dad that would be dealing with him and any issues he may or may not have. So fast forward to the end of January of 24, there was another DCS report that was filed. We do not have the details of that report because that report was ongoing when Sebastian went missing.
So even Seth has never read this one.
Correct.
And if I remember correctly, Seth had to go to an attorney to get these reports in the first place, correct?
The report, yes, all of the reports that I mentioned previously that were not currently open, he had to go to an attorney to get those reports.
Can I just clarify? So that one that happened in January that Seth has not been able to read, is that is the 5th CPS report that we know of?
Correct.
Okay. Wow.
That's insane.
Now, I'm a math guy, but I don't think you have to be a mathematician for this to add up. And I'm certainly not going to come on your show and start getting into accusing anybody, but
no.
Get to the point where there's enough DCS reports and it's been made very clear that they don't want to deal with this child. And on February 25th, early February 26th, the boy goes missing.
The last report that Seth could not get because it's an ongoing report has not been closed.
That's correct.
Okay.
I would tell you that from the legal counsel that we have spoke to, they had a very straightforward legal responsibility to notify him. And I would say that you can't do much about this until we figure out what the damages are.
Right.
But I think that this situation is far from over.
Oh, so they did have a legal responsibility to notify him. That is what.
Oh.
Okay, I had not.
I would have been surprised had they not been responsible, because I know that's not something you can drop the ball on.
Nice. Tony basically came over here tonight to clear up some timeline issues. I guess there had been a rumor out there about Seth, and so he wanted to just give the full information. Talk to Seth today, and back in October of 2022, Seth and the Proudfoots had all had a discussion about having having Sebastian enter an online program in Clarksville and living with Seth. There was a waiting list, so he couldn't get on that year. So they finished up that school year. The following summer comes. Once we get into the fall of 2023, he still can't get into that online school in Clarksville. The waiting list is still full. So he enters high school, of course. They start having trouble at school, behavioral issues. And then sometime around November of 2023,
CPS reports or DCS reports.
Oh yeah. So actually during this time of 2022 through 2024 or January of 2024, there were a total of 5 different CPS reports made, all separate incidents, all mostly involving, it seems, the
The fifth one's still open.
The fifth one is still open, but they all are directed, or they all involve the step parent in the home.
Okay, guys. So big takeaway there. All of the CPS reports involve the step parent in the home. Okay. Now, Katie was mentioned in these not for inflicting any harm on Sebastian necessarily, but for allowing harm to be inflicted on Sebastian. And you can get in trouble for that. You cannot allow these things to happen and in front of you and not do anything about it, like call the police, like inform DFS. I know it's very rare when a family member of a household will call on another family member of a household. I get that, especially when we're talking about a possible DV situation here. I think that's looking very, very real, especially because the spokesperson for Seth is about to drop another bombshell on this. And I know this is an older video, an interview with Tony Mathis, but I feel like sometimes we'll watch these things and we overlook small details like this one. And I definitely did. I just vaguely remembered it because we were talking about it the other night. And so really quick, let's just go back to what Josh and Trevor were talking about, saying that there were no pictures of Sebastian or very few pictures of Sebastian because he looked dumb in the pictures. And that was something that was said by his mom and stepdad, which I find to be absolutely abhorrent. Report number 5 in Sebastian's CPS cases. So 5 total to their knowledge. Seth has 4 of them. And the proof of 4 of them, he had to get a lawyer an attorney to obtain these documents. He did obtain them, but the 5th one was still ongoing when Sebastian went missing, and so he has not seen that report yet. It's still open, but he hasn't read it. I read in the comments here, allegedly, Rob Beanie says, allegedly only Sebastian was only allowed to order certain items off the menu, and that is the reason why the picture was sent to Chris. So it may not have been because he wanted to see that he ate his whole plate. He might have wanted to make sure that his rules were being enforced. This makes sense to me, and the reason why is because Seth also said that whenever Sebastian was being punished at Chris and Katie's house and he was at his house, and then he went over to Seth's for the weekend, that the punishment was expected to be transferred over and enforced. And Seth was to enforce Chris's punishment while he was at Seth's house. And last time I checked, Seth is his dad. So what in the world was Chris thinking, that he could just tell his own dad that he has to enforce the rules of Chris's rules in his own home that he pays for? I mean, the audacity. I mean, just crazy to me. Let me go to your guys' comments here. Sharon says, Katie had to buy Sebastian food. Chris never bought his stuff. Katie bought the majority of it, in my opinion. I can see that. I could definitely see that. Hey, Kathy, good to see you. Kathy says, thank you. Wait, what? I had a group homes and mentally and physically disabled. The state were funded. Yeah, the state funded these homes, not the parents. Absolutely. Absolutely. And this one in Gallatin, the funny part about that is that they have stakeholders, apparently, according to the news report. And then also that it was a state funded facility as well. So they were getting private donations, it sounds like, and the state was also funding it. So, yes, Dreaming, I sure hope so. Dreaming says the truth will come out hopefully soon. Just Don said when CP was on Truth's panel, he was asked why KP was so quiet. CP stated she's grieving. And if she didn't have anything to do with it, she very well might be grieving. Truth for Us says, but then they probably thought about the secret Sebastian would share. Absolutely. Yeah, and I honestly believe that he was to testify in court. He was old enough to have the judge take him in private chambers and talk to him, or maybe it was over a Zoom since they were out of state. But I think that any judge that's worth their salt would want to hear from Sebastian. He had to live in the home with Chris. With all of these allegations, um, a lot of times the kids are the ones that will tell the truth. There are situations of parental alienation, don't get me wrong. But in this case, I believe that Sebastian was ready and willing to tell. And I think that he was so fed up with the crap that he was dealing with. He was fed up of Mr. Chris. He couldn't take it anymore. Let's just remember that Mr. Chris, when he came into the picture, Sebastian had 2 cats and he was living with his mom, and he loved his 2 cats. And there's no doubt in my mind that he loves his mom. And so, with that being said, I'm sure Mr. Chris was a huge thorn in Sebastian's side, making him get rid of his cats. Absolutely. He never forgave him for that too. He also told Terry Lynn that he said he still won't let me live that down. And I'm sure he didn't. He probably was wondering, like, when can I get more cats again? Like, when am I allowed to get another cat? I would be wondering that too. Starflower says, and then there was another CPS report, and it was going to ruin CP's chances in court to get Faith, in my opinion. I believe that too, Starflower. I do. Star says KP may have bought the food, but I'm willing to bet that CP decided how it got eaten. Absolutely. It seems to me, especially if what Raw Beanie's saying is true, which I can definitely see that. Making him only order certain menu items, that is power and control at its worst. Dawn says, don't you need to be, yes, absolutely, just Dawn, yes. Yeah, I would think so. And then he also said the reason why they don't go to vigils is because that's for people who have passed on. And that's why they don't do a vigil for him. That's why they haven't showed up to any of the vigils. But that's not really the case. Prayer vigils are good. Prayer vigils could help comfort and bring hope and bring unity and community and love. Just standing with someone and saying, hey, I understand what you're feeling. It's not my family. I don't know you, but I stand with you, and I stand with you in this moment, and I'm praying with you in this moment. That's what they're for. He just says that because he doesn't want to show up, in my opinion. Sharon says, remember Seth said if he was allowed to talk to KK, excuse me, he'd know if she was lying, in my opinion. I remember that, Sharon. I do. And I believe him. When he said that, it made me think, absolutely. Because you know the people that you live with, and they lived together for quite a while, and apparently they knew each other for quite a while. So I believe that that's why Katie's refusing to talk to Seth. That's my opinion. Merge says, wish we could listen to Web Sleuths where Chris and Seth are arguing about this. Oh, yes, I know. I should have pulled some of that in. That's a really good point, Merge. We'll probably have to play some of that too. Maybe I can make a quick video on that for next time. And Trishy says the video of documenting is amazing, so full of info. Yeah, especially talking with Tony, like I would have maybe like to have heard it from Seth, and maybe it's just too painful. Maybe he's too angry, and I can understand that. I would be livid if this was my kid and this was happening at the other parent's house. Lisa B always says, in my opinion, allegedly the neighbors reported Sebastian being made to sleep in the garage. Absolutely, they did. And I think that's why Nancy asked that question. Another thing that I find to be really strange, and I think we talked about this a long time ago, but why didn't Faith already have a bed set? How come she didn't have something nice to come to, especially when she doesn't come over a whole lot? Like, I wonder about that because, um, you know, just as a mom, you know what I mean? I would want Faith to feel very comfortable coming there, especially after everything that had happened. I would think that they would make it a very special room for her, whatever her favorite color or her characters are that she likes to put up on the wall. They have those really neat decals that you can put up, curtains. I remember my daughter had you know, the Hannah Montana set. You know what I mean? We had like the purple curtains, the sheers, and then the Hannah Montana valances, you know, that go over, valance, whatever you want to call it, that go over the window, and things like that. It was all decked out, decorated, you know, her bed suit matched. So I just don't understand why they wouldn't have that like that for Faith already. And then all of a sudden, when Sebastian goes missing, she's getting a brand new bed suit, and you know you're going to come and stay, and you know, and all this stuff. um yeah, Merge, that was a really good idea. Remy Stuff says, who complains about a growing child eating snacks? I know, shaking my head. It's ridiculous. He's a growing boy. He was not in a position where he was overeating to be overweight, right? Because I mean that is a concern. Obviously, we don't want the kids to be unhealthy. But again, like Jennifer Coffendorfer says, put good snacks in the house. You know, an apple, oranges. You know, even those little baby, or what are they, the little tangerines, the cuties, those are really good. Um, Granola bars, things like that. Just something fast, easy for him to grab. I know he liked chocolate. I know he liked the zebra cakes, and things like that. And maybe there were times where, yeah, he wanted a little bit of extra dessert. But to me, there's no reason not to deny a child food ever, ever, ever. Just at least give them you know, a nice healthy option. You know what I mean? Cheese is also good. Like my daughter loves those little Baby Bell cheeses and stuff like that. Um, you know, just something healthy. String cheese is another good one. Wait, what says, in my humble opinion, the school fell for that. Seth wasn't in Sebastian's life, and yep. And RR lived in Texas. Yes. Mm-hmm. How was she going to preserve trust without exposing Sebastian to more hell? Yeah, wait, what? I cannot, and I will never fault Robin. I can't. I will not do it. I just can't do it. That was, you know, he confided in her. That was his confidant. You know what I mean? And she didn't want to break that trust, and she was scared to death. They were both afraid that if Seth ever found out, that he would go over there and do something. And I don't blame them. I would be too. You know, unfortunately, I'm the one that people wonder about when I find out stuff, because they know that I'm not going to tolerate stuff. Certain people do tolerate it, and I did for a long time. But yeah, that's absolutely 100% what I think. And even Sebastian said, I don't want my dad to lose his job. I don't want him to get in trouble over me. You know, think about how bad he must have felt about himself, because kids, no matter what, they tend to blame it on themselves. When their parents do something, they tend to blame it on themselves, because they still, at their younger ages, they still think of themselves as an extension of their parents. And so that's really, really difficult to go through. And especially when Sebastian is having to feel like they don't like him. Oh my gosh, I just can't even imagine thinking that my parents didn't like me. Um, Not when I was young, at least. You know, there's decisions that I've made in my life that, you know, my dad didn't approve of. I get that, but that's different. than someone not liking you. Being disappointed in a decision and someone not liking you is a different thing. They might not like the decision that you made, but they don't dislike you as a person. They still love you no matter what, right? It's unconditional. Sebastian didn't seem to have that, and that's what's really upsetting and concerning. And Star says, Lisa B, I don't see why they would make that up either. I don't either. I don't see what the neighbors had to lose, excuse me, what the neighbors had to gain from doing that, you know? Thank you, Trishy. Robini says, Star Lambert, yes. An informant or whatever told Justin the reason CP got sent that picture was because Sebastian was only allowed to order certain items off the menu. And and then they take him to a restaurant what he really doesn't like. And so that just makes his options smaller. Talk about the control freak. It's just a control freak. Remy Stuff, a malignant narcissist, in my opinion. Yes, Starflower, I agree. Yeah, allegedly, yeah. Cool Chevy lady voice for the voices. Nice to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Sharon says, in my opinion, the car originally stopped at the retention pond and walked to the home. That's how the scent came about, but wasn't Sebastian. In my opinion, in the suspect scent, then the car goes to Stafford. Oh, I see. Yes, I see what you're saying. Yes, that's definitely a possibility. It breaks my heart to see his sweet face too, Trishy. He never deserved any of this damn craziness, you know? Star says, Robini, oh really? I am so not surprised. CP had to make that snide remark about Sebastian eating snacks at night. Exactly, or calling him a bottomless pit. So what? He's growing. That's a little boy for you. And you know what? If they would have let him go out in the front yard and throw a football around or shoot some hoops or go down the block and swim at the neighbor's pool, he would have been more hungry. Then what would he have done with it, Okay, guys, so I'm going to show you this next part of this Mr. E's crime cast. You guys have the best comments in here. All of you are very smart and intuitive, and I really appreciate thank you, Meow. Thank you, honey. Good to see you. And KDP, good to see you. Good to see all you new faces and all you guys coming back in. Couponing, always good to see you. Prayer is powerful, KDP. Prayer is very powerful. Faye says Edgar is giving the hand punishment right now at F. Yeah. Yeah. How about when she'll be 15? Will she be getting that bell? In my opinion, F is in great danger too. I agree with that, Faye. I do. He said to Terry Lynn that he doesn't have a problem putting hands on Faith for discipline. I can't even say it that it is discipline because it's not. It's him controlling the situation and taking out his anger and aggression. And one thing they say about spanking, if you're going to do that you make sure that you are not angry when you're doing it. Make sure you're not taking aggression out on that child when you're doing it, and I don't see how you couldn't be. And so that's why I always thought it's just better not to, you can do other things. You know what I mean? Other than that, because I think that is the point of, and maybe that's where it comes from, is that parents get so frustrated that they want to go off and, haul off and smack somebody, and then they do. And that's not okay. But then he backtracks and says, oh no, I don't use a belt on her yet, kind of thing. She's too young. Yeah, absolutely. Oh no, Minnie. Minnie says there was a terrorist attack recently where she is, and it's got everybody on edge. Okay. I see. I know. I have to check my message. I do. Couponing was not good enough to have around. Not good enough to take pictures of him. I think he's adorable. Look at his face. Look at Chris's face. I'm sorry, but I'm not trying to be hateful or mean, but good Lord Almighty. Sharon says Chris gave Katie the ultimatum in the it's a cat or me, in my opinion. Yeah, he said that. He said that to Terry Lynn. He said they had 2 cats and I told her that I was allergic and I couldn't. And so You know, it was the cats or me. I can't move in with you unless you get rid of those cats. Who says that to somebody? Like, honestly, didn't you know that they had cats when you first started dating her? Or did you wait until you were just about to move in and she was in love with you, and then you turn around and tell her that? Sebastian's in love with you too, because you're steady taking him on fishing trips and to different nice restaurants and hikes and all of these nice things that you were doing with him and his mom. And then all of a sudden, you right when you move in, and I'm going to tell you guys from experience, that is when they start showing their true colors, is when they think they have you right where they want you. Just like when they're going to move in and then they start giving ultimatums like that. Absolutely, Sharon. Really well said. Wait, what? Says Edgar isn't a people person? No, not at all in person, but give him a mic and he'll do parenting and and peopling, in my humble opinion or honest opinion. That's hilarious. It's true. It's the truth. Hey, Troopers Mom, good to see you. Good to see you. Aw, thank you, Troopers Mom. Thanks, guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Merge. You guys are amazing. You guys are doing great with the comments too. I really appreciate it. And thank you all for, what I asked for earlier. I just try to keep it a little bit nice. I'd be livid if my mom knew, or I'd be livid if my mom knew and didn't tell Seth. Yeah, absolutely. That's the first person that, and see, they had a legal responsibility because he was a co-parent, right? He's got 50-50 custody. He is an involved parent, right? If it was a dad that didn't really care, or a mom, I'm not saying just dads do that, right? I'm not saying that at all. Please don't mistake it. But, or, I don't mean to come off like that. But it's just one of those things where, oh boy, if the dad's kind of absent, and the mom's doing everything, I can almost understand, like, if she's tried to call him before on issues and he doesn't answer, things like that, then maybe there may be a good reason why she decided to just not tell. But then again, if something like that happens in the house, I believe you are under legal responsibility to do something about it. So I love snacks too, meow. Who doesn't like snacks, Trooper's mom says, well, CP made fun of Sebastian's taste for eclectic foods like tofu and sushi. Sebastian has more class than Mullet Man. Absolutely. Absolutely, Trooper's mom. And that's the thing too. It's just what he likes to eat, Hey, Margaret. Just what he likes to eat. There's no reason for that, Oh, Kathy says I can find Robin as a mandatory reporter at fault. Yes, okay. By not exposing the ABUSE that Sebastian is not here and she had rights to take custody. Yeah, if as a mandated reporter, it is a duty. It is. You're absolutely right, Kathy. You are. You are. The Path says Fat Boy's spent an awful lot of time alone and he must have done an awful lot of thinking and consoling himself. Yeah, yeah. Well, he should though. When you make a bed, you gotta lie in it. That's the craziest part, You can't say woe is me when you caused all this crap, Okay, guys, we're gonna go ahead and watch this next part, what Tony has to say, and I'll be right back.
Is the
Predominantly, right?
Predominantly, although Katie seems to be named possibly in a couple of these, but more as
allowing.
But the step right, allowing the situation to occur. So they were having trouble with Sebastian, I guess, at some point, and then around November of 2023, they start having discussions about putting Sebastian in a behavioral school. One locally in Gallatin called Bledo Youth Academy. Seth does some research on it. It turns out they've had a lot of, I guess, children pass away under their care. And so he didn't want to approve that. He reached out to a lady named Tara, who works with this kind of thing, found 4 other really good schools around the country. Those cost between $5,000 to $10,000 per month. So of course it's, $60,000 to $120,000 a year. So that was not feasible, for the budget at that point, I guess. And then then he gets approved, I guess, sometime in that winter before he went missing. to get into the Clarksville school. So then the plan becomes for Sebastian to go live with Seth in May, which we all knew this part of it, that was the arrangement. But then another CPS report comes in January, and we still don't know what's in that report. And neither does Seth, neither does Tony. No one knows because it's an open investigation. And then Sebastian goes missing in February. So there's your timeline.
Oh, and when I spoke to Mr. Rogers, he said that the ongoing one was either at the end of January 24 or the very beginning of February, within that few days there.
So I assume police have seen it, correct? They'd be able to see it. Investigators.
I would venture to say that they know everything that I'm sharing with you.
Sure. And they probably, even the open one, that wouldn't be off limits for them. They'd be able to subpoena that, I would think.
I like to look at a lot of different things and say, well, what if this happened? What if that happened? I like to use a lot of analogies, but you know, if you and Mrs. E had 4 or 5 domestic violence situations at your home, and they came out, and every time they came out, you were the bad guy. You were doing things that you shouldn't be doing. She was claiming that she was scared. You did this, you did that 4 or 5 times over a couple years. And then all of a sudden you wake up one day and Mrs. E is missing. I mean, where would the world be looking?
Sure. Of course. You'd have to check me out first. I mean, you would have to expect it. You'd have to clear me first. If they didn't, they would not be doing their job. So, you know, and it doesn't mean that there's any guilt necessarily with these people, but it definitely needs to be the first place they're looking. And until they can clear that, then they don't really need to spend any time looking anywhere else. There's too many red flags.
But I believe that you have to follow the evidence.
Right.
And I don't know what all the evidence is, and neither do you guys, neither does your audience. And I do believe that they are working hard to keep things close to the vest. And I believe that they are following the evidence. I truly believe that.
So that's good news at the end there, that they're following the evidence, that he does believe that, because, you know, Tony's close to the case, obviously spokesperson for Seth. So they break these down a little bit here. Really quick, just want to say hello to May, Jocelyn, and Lori for coming in. Good to see all of you. And so basically it was Katie enabling this behavior is what the state gets upset with her for. It wasn't for her inflicting any type of harm, but for allowing the type of harm, according to what Tony is saying here. So November of 2023, the Gallatin school is brought up and suggested by Chris and Katie, but Seth says no way, it's a horrible place, and these kids have actually passed on like 5 to 6 kids that this has happened to. Then of course there was also the expose that was done. Now with him going to live with Seth in May, that was established, right? And then he was also accepted into the program. They got a spot open for him. He was off the wait list. January, early February, in comes the 5th CPS report. And then Tony says something super interesting. And I wish somebody up there, I understand why they went on Mr. and Mrs. E's True Crime Cast, right? Because they're awesome, for one. But also, and Aunt E, also, shout out to Middle E. We're always praying for you, Middle E. Always praying for you. Now, he says something interesting, but I really wish we would have had someone that was a little bit more familiar with this dynamic, right? Because on panel, or maybe even a question about it, because I would love to pick his brain on this. He says there were 4, his analogy was that there were 4 or 5 DV situations, and that Chris was named to be the quote unquote bad guy in the situation. And that Katie was claiming that she was scared. And my question would be, Tony, what did she say? What was she saying? And how many of these were related directly to Sebastian being harmed? And how many of these were related to Katie being harmed? We know that the neighbors allege that there was a lot of arguing back and forth. Just because people argue doesn't mean people are putting hands on each other. So my question is did Katie have marks on her and someone saw this and reported it? Did she go to work and put up her sleeves on accident just out of habit and somebody grabbed her? Or did she have a black eye at some point? Did she have bruises on herself that weren't able to be hid and somebody called? So, because just the way he worded that, 4 or 5 different situations where Chris is named the bad guy, Katie is claiming that she is scared, and CPS doesn't do anything about it, and then all of a sudden Sebastian goes missing. And I think that's what he meant to say, because I know he was saying in the analogy that if the wife went missing after these situations, but I think what he really meant to say was, like, if since Sebastian went missing during when after the situations occurred. And so it just really makes me wonder about that, you know. And Gigi, did Sebastian see something? You know, I would love to have more elaboration on this, because it's important. It's important for the case. Was there a bunch of DV going on that we do not know about? That's what really worries me. And then also seeing seeing the way that, let's see, how do I word this? If I think back to Katie's interviews, it almost seems like she's not allowed to say anything. If I think back now, and I'm probably going to want to go over and reanalyze some more of the interviews because of this. Maybe the reason why we see the coughing, gesturing, we see the getting attention from each other, you know, not really looking at each other, but maybe they're gesturing to each other. Um, the way that Katie was continuously stroking Chris's arm like this, and then his hands, she was going like this on him too. You know, was she soothing Chris because she was afraid to set him off? Because don't forget that Justin said when he gets mad, he sees red and it's all bets off. So was it all bets off? Because there are people who are privy to these reports, in my opinion. And it's one of those things where it is all hearsay, obviously, because someone else saw this and then they're reporting it. But I believe them. I believe now more than ever that there may be a situation where Katie didn't have any control over this. Let's just play devil's advocate. Let's just play devil's advocate. And the reason that I'm wondering this is because she has enabled this. There's proof of that, right? She has allowed these things to happen. There's no doubt in my mind about it. But could it have been a situation where she did pass a polygraph because she was the last one with him, per se? But what if Chris was home? What if he did come home? What if that was him in the lights video? You know, and he went back to the house and maybe he had people helping with this. And then he somehow was able to go back to his truck that was parked over in the other subdivision, the new area. And I mean, it's a possibility. It's a possibility. And Katie is scared to death. Maybe she didn't take a polygraph and she does know what happened, but she didn't have anything to do with it. Maybe she was told to over medicate Sebastian. There's a lot of different possibilities. I wish that we could see these reports so we would have more knowledge on it. It's not really our business, but I think it would help to put things into perspective. Faye says, in my opinion, the Navy psych doc must be questioned by Ellie. I believe that too. I believe that too. And a lot of times in divorce situations, I can't believe that in their situation that they have not all had psychological evaluations. And I'm talking about Nina, Chris, and Katie, because that's kind of par for the course with family court. There are certain things, and it's up to your lawyer too. Like I said, again, you have to have a lawyer and a good one, and they can request those things, like even down to, testing for substances, different things like that, but then also psychological testing. So thank you, Faye, for saying that, because it made it pop into my head. Oh yeah, what about family court? Because if they were battling for that long in family court, there's a strong possibility that something like that happened. And so it is questionable. It is very questionable, and I don't want to discount it, because oh no, sorry, I just wanted to, oh my goodness. Because I don't want to not talk about everything in this case, right? And all aspects of it, but I just found it to be very interesting that Tony would bring that up, and he would say it in the way that he did. He would give the analogy that he did if he didn't think that there were some major issues going on in the home. Let's face it, that was after Vinnie Politan had well, it was Tony and Seth, and it was right after BHB's court, and they went on Court TV and spoke. And Seth was upset. I mean, he's like, I know they have something to do with it, basically. And he was like, this is ridiculous. He was mad as hell. He was mad as hell, and very much more accusatory than we've ever seen him, in my opinion. And then Tony goes on Mr. and Mrs. E's Crimecast, and he says this analogy like this: 4 or 5 different domestic violence situations where Chris was the bad guy and Katie stated that she was scared. Somewhere in those reports, whether it was a police report that prompted them to go and look further into this with CPS, at some point she said she was scared of Chris, and I can see that. Hi, Mini Panthers, good to see you. I can see that. I can see her being afraid of him, Just Dawn says the fact that CP did all the talking but wasn't home is a big red flag. Absolutely. And he wouldn't let Katie talk either. If I'm thinking back and I'm thinking about it, again, just watching Katie, thinking about her mannerisms and everything like that, she seems very on edge, and a lot of that can be looked at as a guilty thing, right? Like, why does she look like she's, paranoid? Why does she look like she's so worried? Maybe it was out of fear, maybe it was because she was told, don't you dare cry when you get up there, because if you do, you're going to get it. That's the way those guys operate. I'm sorry, but they do. I've been through it, and I know a lot of people who have been through it. I've talked with a lot of people before I decided that this was something that I wanted to discuss tonight with you guys. I think it's important. I think it's an aspect of the case that we have to examine, because even though I don't like Katie, I don't agree with what she's done, that doesn't mean that I am going to discount anyone who has been through trauma. And if we think about it, Katie doesn't have family members around that area. It's all Chris's family. If we think about it, you know, her lifestyle is a little bit different. But then if we look at her as a person, the house is in her name. She works too. She's very smart. She's very capable, but yet she sits and doesn't do anything to find her son. Is she being forced to sit and not do anything to find her son? Is he telling her that he's gonna hurt her if she goes out there and looks? Because it makes me wonder, especially, and I consider the source. I always consider the source. But even going back to the so-called letter to Sebastian that Cluminati wrote, as somebody that's very close to Katie now, and they're actually pretty friendly, you know. She says that Katie sits there on her bed and on Sebastian's bed and cries and everything. Is it because she is missing him terribly? Possibly. Is it because she's guilty? Possibly. Is it because she wishes that things had turned out differently? Possibly. But it's just very odd that she continues to be so silent, and then he never lets her talk, even when she's trying to talk. And then even on Queen Bee, I want to go back to that interview where Katie is she's sitting there and she's telling a story, and she's being anecdotal. She's comfortable in the situation, in the moment. And she says, you know, when we're riding in the car, you know, Chris and Sebastian love playing Name That Song, but I'm really bad at music. And then Chris says, yeah, you're super bad at music. Like, just the way that he talks down to her. I've seen him do it so many times. It's rude as hell. I've seen his family do that to Sebastian at his birthday party. His sister Melissa talking down to Sebastian. And then at one point, all Sebastian said was, hey, we need to have this much to win. And Sebastian, you know, she says, hey, Sebastian, well, you don't tell anybody how much they have to win and everything. He wasn't. He was just simply stating that if they get this much, then they win. It wasn't anything that he was trying to boss anybody around, unlike the Feet, who love to boss people around, bully them around, especially people that are smaller than them. They love that. They will never pick on somebody their own size, just like Kathy Bowersox. You know, and it's frustrating as hell, because, you know, trying to figure all of this out, and then on top of it, Tessa, good to see you. Oh, all right, hold on. Let's just get rid of that. Guys, we're not going to argue in the chat or be rude, okay? We're not going to be rude, Tessa. You can go find someplace else to do that. There's plenty of places online that you guys can do that. But it's not going to be in here. Come on. If you have something productive to say about the situation, and this is the topic tonight. We're talking about Sebastian and what he endured before he went missing. We're talking about the CPS reports. There were 5 of them. The most recent one happened in January or early February, right before he went missing. Right before he went missing. And we're talking about the fact that Katie might be a battered woman who is scared to death. And that's why she isn't talking. So I don't want to hear any of this crap about getting a real job. Chris lost his job the day that Sebastian went missing. And not only that, he was fired. And not only that, everybody at his job didn't like him because he's a horrible person. So Tessa, go find another chat. Please. We do not need you in here. We don't have that drama. It's ridiculous. And there's no time for it. And I'm going to check on Grace real quick. But either way, I think it's something that needs to be examined. I really do. I think it's something that is really important to look at, because there can be so many different angles of this case, and there is not a lot of information out there, but there are things that are coming out slowly but surely. We're getting more and more information. And I think that's right, Troopers Mom. Keep it classy. Keep it classy, YouTube. But you know, we're all nice to each other in here, guys. We respect each other. We don't have to agree to kick it. But the fact of the matter is you don't have to come in here saying rude things. Otherwise, you're not going to be welcomed in. You know, that's just all I ask. And don't you dare say anything bad about Sebastian, or details about how you think he may have that he may not be with us anymore. Because that to me is, I can't handle that kind of crap. I don't like it, and I don't want his family seeing it. Okay, good. Gracie's good, guys. I just want to make sure. You know, we got to care about each other a little bit more, guys, and be more objective in these situations. I understand. I'm not a fan of Katie either. I'm really not. I'm definitely not a fan of Chris. I don't like him. But I don't want I just don't want people to be saying stuff like that or fighting in the chat, because it doesn't help. If you have an idea that's different, that's okay. If you don't agree with the conversation, just say, hey, I don't agree. Respectfully, I don't agree. And then tell us why you don't agree. We can discuss it. You know what I mean? But it doesn't help to be hateful to each other. That's not going to help spark new ideas if we're just constantly at each other's throats. That's not going to work. We can't think clearly when we're angry like that. We just don't. Thank you, Dreaming. I really appreciate you. I appreciate all of you, and I appreciate everybody new coming in. And I do want a lot of people to come in, because I do think it's an important subject to talk about. You know, it's one of the things that I like to advocate for. And the reason why is because I've been through it. And the reason why is because I see all of these good people. I see Crystal McCrory Jones, who lost her life. She lost her life because of DV. And it's awful, and it happens to the best people, and it happens to the strongest of us. It happens to the most ornery of us. It happens to the mouthiest of us, right? And I'm going to tell you something personal. And I really had to look inside, right, and think about this today. Really, really hard. I thought about this a lot today, because I remember one of my family members, and it hurt me so bad. But one of my family members, when they found out what was really going on behind closed doors with me and my ex-husband, they told me that they lost respect for me, that I was never the type of person to take any shit from anyone, and I wasn't, and that they cannot believe that I was that low, that I went that low to let someone treat me the way that my ex-husband treated me, and then move with him to a different state. So I look at Katie's situation and I think, you know what? If that's the case for her, we're not so different, are we? And another one of my family members liked to have told me that I liked the lifestyle of having a lot of money because my ex made a lot of money. And I worked too. So it just made me look like I was a piece of crap that didn't work and didn't worry about a job or anything like that. I just was leeching off of him. I'm here to tell you that's not the case with Katie. Katie had a whole ass job. She worked every day. She was going to school at DeVry. So for people to say things like that, it really upsets me, especially if there's a situation of DV going on. Now, beyond Katie and the care that I would have for her in that situation, the grace that I would give in that situation, it's about Sebastian. That's who it's about. It's about Sebastian. And he should never have had to deal with that, no matter what. No matter what. It's not his fault that his mom got together with an asshole. Just like it wasn't my daughter's fault that that was her dad. It's still not her fault that that was her dad, you know? They don't change. They don't go to a different marriage and miraculously they're a new person and they're great and wonderful and they're respectful of other people. They care about other people's feelings all of a sudden. No, they're always going to be like that, you know? And then we see Chris, wife number 1. We see him with wife number 2. Number 3, we know that she was brutally assaulted, brutally, with a hammer. And then we see Nina number 4, who will come out and actually say what happened to her. Now, Katie was in on Nina. She was in on it. I'm sorry, she was. She was. Because she probably thought that she could fix him. She probably thought that she could love him through it. She probably thought that it would never happen to her. It happens. It happens. To the best of us, to the worst of us. You know, it doesn't have any type of, it doesn't matter, you know, what race you are, how much money you make, how successful you are. None of that stuff matters because all's fair in love and war, right? And when somebody makes you fall for them and they're kind and sweet and caring and they'll take your son on deep sea fishing trips that he loves and he has a great time doing it, and then you all go hiking together and restaurants together and you guys are always, you know, having a great time, you actually think you know that person until he decides to move in with you, and then all of a sudden you need to get rid of your cats. Now you got to get rid of your kid. You know, I'm not saying she's right. I'm not even saying that she didn't have anything to do with it. I'm not. But when I look at the situation, I've been guilty of saying that Katie likes Chris's lifestyle without really thinking about the fact that Katie has her own job. You know. So I had to take a step back and think about it today. And then also thinking back about Tony and what Tony said about how she was scared, you know? You know, narc relationships are hell, Island. They really are. They're hell. You know, and yeah, you can fix one person yourself, Starflower. Well said. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And we all have the ability to do that, right? Even Chris. Chris has the ability to do that. Is he ever going to? No, he's not. I know one self-aware narcissist. His name is Lee Hammond, and he's on well, he probably is on TikTok too, but he's on YouTube, and he will even tell you, like, I knew exactly what I was doing. I knew exactly what I was doing. Every time I manipulated somebody into thinking I was a good person, I knew exactly what I was doing. Every single time I got a new wife or girlfriend, you know, I would still try to hoover my old supply. Because that's what they do. You know, just like he says that he talks to Rachel still and the family still talks to Rachel. Yeah, probably so Rachel won't out him. And Rachel's probably scared to death. I would be if I was her. I would be. I've been. You know? Wait, what? Says I was married 2 times. First time didn't last a year. He couldn't not hit. I remarried him thinking he had changed. Didn't last year again. They don't, no matter how much you love them, in my opinion. Exactly. Exactly. It doesn't matter how much you love them. It doesn't matter. And that was always my thing too. I loved him. I mean, I was with him since I was 16. So, you know, he gave me the only daughter that I have, the only child I have. You know, I wanted to make it work. I'm Catholic. You know, that's another thing. Another thing. And that was something really special that a friend of mine and I talked about today. Religion. That you're supposed to honor your husband, obey him, right? But if your husband's not a good leader, how do you obey or trust or follow what your husband says to do when they're telling you to do the wrong thing? And deep down inside, you know it's the wrong thing. You know it's not acceptable. You know the behavior isn't right. You know that it's something that you don't deserve. You know that you're a better person than that because you know your worth, but they have you so pinned down thinking that And that happens to men too. Don't get me wrong. I'm a woman. I know other women. I don't talk to survivors of DV that are men. You guys are more than welcome to email me if that's the case. But the reason why I say it about women and children is because I've dealt with it, women and children. So that's why I say it that way. But I understand that it happens to everybody, or that it is capable of happening to everybody. You know, Silver Penny, good to see you. You're not late. You're a wizard. You arrive exactly when you mean to. It's so good to see you. But what I'm trying to get at is I think that we can't overlook this. I don't think that we can overlook this part, because if the so to speak green team is mentioning it, I think it's it's something that we need to consider. And then Justin's face last night, guys, when he was explaining how he felt about Chris, it really broke my heart, because Justin is a bubbly, high energy, good personality, funny, you know what I mean? And then you see him just like thinking deeply about this crap, and just it looked like he was gonna cry, you know, because it's enough to make anybody cry. And it doesn't matter if I don't like somebody. That doesn't mean that I wish bad for them. It just means I don't like them. It means that I wouldn't hang out with them necessarily. Everybody has redeeming qualities. We've all made mistakes in our life. None of us are perfect. None of us. Not a single one of us. Island says, I don't know, Liberty. It changes you until you get away from, and start healing. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So that's why I don't know what to really think about the situation with Katie. I just believe that Chris is a malignant narcissist, and I think that he is highly ABUSC IVE. I really do. I think that he is super duper. And it's just the way that he treats everybody. It's not, he's not selective. It's anybody that comes in contact with him. His own daughter. He told Terry Lynn that he puts hands on Faith and didn't bat an eyelash. Didn't even bat an eyelash, because who cares, right? He can do whatever he wants. Prove it. And that's another thing with the Bauer Sox. Prove it. Prove it. There's enough proof. There's enough witnesses. There's enough people that if they all got together, and this is another reason why I believe that this division is going on so deep, is because they don't want everybody to get together. Bobby has video of Chris coming up and confronting them for driving through their own neighborhood. He had no business doing that. He confronted Seth's mom and threatened her. He confronted Seth's sister and threatened her. All of these women, if they were all to come forward, they could have a case against Chris for just the way that he acts, you know? But instead, there's this major divide, and I don't understand it. It should be like, come together and do this together. Starflower says, my narcissist definitely knew what he was doing, and after I left, he thought I was going to allow him to move in with me. That's when I cut ties. Yeah, you have to go gray rock on those people. Like, you have to just go no contact, because if you give them even a little bit, they will take a mile. They just will. They'll take a mile. Detroit Rock City says, who takes a child's pets? That's devastating for a kid. Do you know how many funerals for hamsters I've held? Exactly. And it's just, you know, that was his comfort. Could you imagine a child, you know, having autism, and your cats are part of your routine, and then someone comes and yanks them away? I would never forgive him either. I never would. And I wouldn't want him in my house if I was Sebastian, you know? Yeah, Sebastian's birthday, they were doing that and teasing him. And then also Melissa liked to have, recorded him, and he's going, Aunt Melissa, stop. That broke my heart. It's still his little face, still, Aunt Melissa, stop. Like, stop. And who knows? He was online Googling how to deal with bullies. Maybe it wasn't somebody bullying him at school. Maybe it was. Maybe he was getting it from all angles. That's terrible to think of that. And Kathy says it starts slow, then the second you second guess yourself, then you lose your esteem. That's why it's so important to lift each other up. Absolutely, Kathy. Absolutely. Very systematic in their tactics. Absolutely. Another thing too, is the fact that they're not original, right? I think that was the worst part for me when I first started going to therapy and doing the support groups and things like that. It was called Harmony House. But either way, when I first started doing that and reading up on it and things like that, I felt so stupid because all of these people had gone through this and it was just so textbook. Like, I felt like such an idiot and to allow it. And then I was also getting flack from my family members, like, how could you, and everything like that. And so it was just one of those things where it was like, if you thought you were low, before, wait, because you're about to get lower before you ever get to be back to normal again. And that was always my biggest goal, was just to be back to the person I was before. And I'm still not there. It sticks with you. It does. And when you have kids with a person like this, they don't leave you alone. They don't. Because every single time that they get to be around you is another opportunity for them to terrorize you. It's another opportunity for them to be like, oh, you think you're strong? You think you've come a long way? Well, I'm here to tell you, you haven't. Because I'm gonna re-traumatize you again, and we'll see how long it takes for you to get up off the floor this time. The literal floor or the figurative one. And Gigi says exactly, they leave their kids from other marriages for you to take care of. Yep. And then you love and become attached to the kids. Absolutely. It seems like it seems like Faith loves Sebastian. I'll just put it this way. I think that Faith loves Sebastian. I think that she enjoyed being around him, and I think that upset Chris. And this isn't my opinion because I don't know, but I think also that Nina cared for Sebastian too. I think she did because that was Faith's, stepbrother and things like that. And I think that it probably really bothered them knowing that Chris was so awful to Sebastian. I don't think they appreciated it at all, and then it's scary. It's scary because then she's got to send her kid over there because the judge says, yeah, you need to. You guys got to co-parent. You guys have better figure it out. And that's the worst part about family court is they give zero fucks about it. They really do. They give zero fucks. They don't care. They say that's your guys' problem. And you know what? Do what's in the best interest of the kids. And if you can't figure it out, too bad for you. There's no recourse. It's not like you can go back to a judge. You can get a modification. Maybe. But you can't go to a judge and be like, hey, do you realize that this kid is getting hit in the face? That my daughter just witnessed this kid getting hit in the face? They don't care. They do not care. They're not going to do anything about it. And obviously CPS doesn't care either because they don't do anything about it either. And that's the most horrible thing in the world. Just to think that these kids were living in fear of this big idiot, that one right there, flinging his sock monkey. What a jerk. Sharon says, in my opinion, if Katie passed her polygraph, did Chris do something to teach Katie a lesson? In my opinion, I mean, I'm strongly looking at that possibility. I just don't see why Tony said 4 or 5 DV situations. Was he talking about things that were happening to Sebastian? Was he talking about things that were happening to Katie and Sebastian? When Katie was confronted by CPS, was she telling them that she was scared to save her own butt, or was she telling them that she was scared because she was really scared and she didn't know what the heck to do? Because I'm here to tell you, CPS doesn't care. They don't care about a battered woman. They will blame you because they'll say you should get your kid out of there. And they're right. They're right. But it's not that simple, because these people stalk, these people follow, these people will have their people follow you. They'll make it so you can't work. They'll make it so you can't leave. That's just the way they do it, because they want to have control over you. They could have 3 or 4 girlfriends on the side, but they still want to control you because you're part of their narcissistic supply. So they don't want to lose that. They don't want to lose you. You're their property. They feel entitled to you. They feel like you're not a person of your own. You are their property. And Trooper's mom said, I divorced at 25 with 4 children, never been in another relationship. I'm 60. Yes, it is real. And it's scary. It's scary to ever go back to a marriage again. I've never been married again. Can't force it. You wouldn't catch me. You guys catch me getting married, you guys know something's wrong. I'm just kidding. But I'm just saying, and I won't do it ever. I won't, because it's too much. Find Summer's Truth says basically they snuff out your individuality, identity, and spirit. They do. And another thing, when you're married and that is your next of kin, they make the decisions. So just like we saw in Crystal McCrory Jones, her husband, Tony Jones, was able to get her cremated against her family's wishes. And he tried to speed it all up too. Because in my opinion, he was the one that caused Crystal to lose her life, not her. He was the one that did it. And he was able to make all of the decisions. He was able to take all of her things and put them in a storage, and her family didn't get any of them. So it's so important to remember that, like, especially when someone wants to just get married right away and things like that, red flag. Huge red flag. Dreaming says, I'm sorry, I'm not so worried about her. She can defend herself in that sense. Trained fighter has a mental capacity too, in my opinion. Absolutely, Dreaming. You're 100% right. You are. It should be about Sebastian. It really should be. It needs to be. He's missing. And Katie needs to make a plan and get out. She needs to make a plan and get out. And at this point, and I'm just, let me back up. Somebody like Cluminati who thinks that Chris Proudfoot is a real man, she is not a real friend. She's an enabler. She's a flying monkey, and she has her own intentions in mind. She does not have Katie's best intentions in mind. Somebody that looks at Chris's actions and his words and the way that he treated Sebastian and calls that person a real man, he is not. He is nothing but a low little dog piece of shit. And I'm sorry, but this is just how I feel about it. And Detroit Rock City says, F religion, been there, done that, born and raised Catholic. It's ridiculous. I'll tell you what, Detroit Rock City, I was divorced in 2011. He was already remarried, right? He remarried probably like 2 or 3 years later, I think, roughly. And then when my daughter was graduating high school, he initiated a second divorce through the Catholic Church. It's called a nullity of marriage, and lied his ass off to the Catholic Church, and they were not having it. They were not having it. And that is what restored my Catholic faith. Otherwise, I would have been really upset, because like I had tons of proof that I had like 300 pages. Like, this is what trauma does to you. You document everything, you save everything, you have bins of paperwork, and then you also have it all backed up just in case something happens to that paperwork. That, that was my life. And so I had to compile all of that together and then send it over to them. And you know, so that's what, but I'll never get married in a church again because of it. Because I'm not going through all that again. There's no way. There's no way people are going to do that to me ever, ever, ever again. Never, ever, ever again. You know, I won't allow it. Lori agrees with dreaming. Yeah, I can understand how you guys feel. I really do. I just felt like we had to talk about this because I couldn't believe, like, going back and listening, and then what Justin said last night, it just really stuck with me and I couldn't shake it, you know? And then it's like I was talking with a good friend and I was like, well, two good friends I talked to today, and that was the whole thing. It just, and then remembering what another person who I respect a lot said to me about this. I couldn't not come up here and say it. I had to talk about it. Because I don't like to blame, um, well, let's just put it this way. They're mitigating circumstances, right? Mitigating circumstances, but that doesn't mean that the person isn't guilty. So just because there are mitigating circumstances like what Katie has, this is what I look at it like. But I feel for her on a different level on that because I just want her to get out, right? I want her to make a plan. I want her to get out. If she knows something happened, um, there's a good chance that she could go to the police and she could get him in trouble for doing what he did. If she's involved in it, then she deserves to be in trouble just as much as he is. I don't want her to get a sweetheart deal. Gosh, please, no, don't think that. But I just think it's worth talking about because it's a part of the case. And it's also, it might be some or the majority of the CPS complaints that and the reason why their CPS was at the house. Maybe Sebastian went to school and said, "My mom's being hurt." And then they were like, "Oh, we better report this, right?" But we already know for a fact. We know for a fact that he was being hurt by Chris. We know it. We just know it. You know, we have to say allegedly. We have to say in my opinion, but we all know. We all know. Excuse me. And Starflower says, thankfully, my past experiences allowed me to know my worth and be strong enough to defend my son. Absolutely. And thank God for it. There were times where I had to defend my daughter. And I was like, you're not doing that to her. If you want to do it to me, you can do that to me, but you're not going to do that to her. The problem is, like with what Seth dealt with, was that he didn't have a say-so what happened at Katie's house. Another thing that the courts don't give a crap about. What happens at the other parent's house, if you go and tell them that, they look at you like you're vindictive. That's the first thing they're going to think. Oh, you're just vindictive. Oh, you just want full custody. Oh, you just want, you're just doing that because you don't like the other parent. You're upset that they're getting married to this other person. No, it's not about that. It's about the fact that what's going on in their home. And I don't appreciate it, but they don't care. They don't. And if you pay a lawyer to try to defend that, you're going to lose money. That's all it is going to do is make that lawyer richer. Jocelyn says, I was a shell of a person just existing, well, barely existing when I was with my ex. Exactly. And I wondered about why Katie was sitting there with the blank stare and things like that. It just makes me wonder, It just makes me wonder. I'm not on her side. I don't like her either. But it's just what right is right, right? And it's just if we have better understanding and clarity, then we can come to better conclusions, If we think about everything, then we can make a better conclusion. Sharon says, in my opinion, if Chris gets relief from work at 11 a.m., how did he get to Stafford at 1 p.m.? Yep, that's 2 hours. In my opinion, I believe he wasn't there. I mean, and even that was another thing that Justin was saying too, Sharon. He was like, I'm not comfortable with all of the information that he has. He is not comfortable, right? And he's close to the case. Yes, Starflower, narcissists will suck the life out of you. Summer's Truth says, I agree. It's a possible aspect that needs to be considered. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't want to upset any of you guys. You know what I mean? I didn't want to upset anybody. I didn't want anybody to be like, well, Lady Freedom does, likes Katie and, is excusing her behavior. I don't excuse it. I don't. I just feel like, um, we just need to talk about it because, hey, look, if she's in a situation or if anybody out there, like if there's somebody out there, say you're in the bushes, say you're just listening or whatever, and you feel like you're being belittled by your partner, that you're not being valued or loved and things like that, just know that you're not alone. But know that these things can escalate and get worse and worse and worse. And so it's really important to make sure that we're careful about it, and that we do examine situations like this because otherwise, our kids can be harmed, we can be harmed. Our kids will have to live the rest of their lives without us, just like Crystal's kids have to live the rest of their lives without their mom, her sister fighting for justice every day relentlessly. Um, it's not worth it. Those assholes are not worth it. They don't care. It's not about love for them. It's about control. It's not about that they love you so much. It's about being obsessed with you and in a creepy way. Not in like, oh yeah, that person's obsessed with me. No, it's more like it's dangerous. Um, Unnamed True Crime Channel, when she came up here and she shared her story with us, he used the kids to get into her good graces, and because she loved her kids and because she wanted her kids to know their father and things like that. There was situations, and so it's good to have awareness because otherwise there's people out there that sit there and think that it's that they're all alone. They're a shell. They're sitting there by themselves. We don't want that. We want women to be strong. I wish I never would ever have to ever hear of anybody ever having to go through this ever again. If there was a way that I could do it, I would do it. But there isn't. Unfortunately, um, trauma creates trauma. There's something that happened, and I had to examine this in my ex-husband too, and trust me, he did me so dirty that I didn't want to have any compassion or love or care for him. But he had trauma in his life that caused him to be the way that he is. You know what I mean? And that's why it's the way that he handled it. It's the way that his brain processed it. Now he's got a personality disorder, right? Now he's narcissist with antisocial personality disorder. That was his psych evaluation. So, um, and I never knew that. I never knew to look for love bombing signals and things like that. I was only 16. I was naive as hell. Um, Poppy Love says the husband is supposed to love his wife and Christ love the church. How? He laid down his life for us, and that's the other part of loving your wife. That's right. Being willing to give your life for her. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's a give and take. It's not just a take, 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 take. Like if you feel like you're the only one ever giving love, if you feel like you're the only one ever, compromising, things like that, those are huge red flags, and that was really well said, Poppy. Thank you for that. Because that's what it is. It's not about, you know, just obey, obey, obey. It's about love and showing each other that you both care and being available for each other. Like things like that is so important. And then if you're going to date somebody with kids, just you better love them, don't date somebody and just love the mom or love the dad. Love the kids because they're the ones that need you. Those kids are the ones that are going to look up to you and love you and say that person was such a great person in my life. I'm so lucky that my mom met such a good person and I had a good stepdad in my life, or my dad met my stepmom and she's a sweetheart. I love her. Maybe I have a mom already, but my stepmom, we like to do certain things together and those are our things. Be a special part of the kid's life. Don't be the friggin' step monster. I don't understand people that do that. I don't understand that because I've never witnessed something like that really. Or when I've dated guys that had kids and stuff, I always tried to make their kids feel special and do something with them. one of the little girls that I knew, her mom lived out of state. And so she would always be like, can we bake something? She always wanted to bake a cake or bake muffins or cookies, whatever it was. And sure, we always did that. We did one cake where we took like food coloring, and it was a vanilla cake, and we just put food coloring all in there, and then we put toothpicks and was like swirling it around. It was really fun. And then of course, it looked like a swirl whenever you cut it open. But I would try to find fun things like that to do with her, because that's what she liked to do, and I wanted to bond with her and make her feel special. Whatever happened to that? Why are we doing this to these kids? They don't deserve it. Sebastian would have loved to do something like that with Chris. He would have loved it. It didn't matter that Chris was an asshole to him 2 days ago. If Chris would have ever wanted to change and actually show Sebastian any kind of love, Sebastian would have ate it up. Trust me, because that's what kids want. They want love. Oh my goodness, Kathy. Oh my Lord. And that's another thing too. You're married to those people and they got a damn life insurance. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad you're okay. And see, that was the thing that people used to do until they were getting caught left and right doing that as the antifreeze thing. You know. Couponing says, Debs, I saw that too. She didn't have her thumb down. I kept that in mind. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I think I read that one and I don't know what that one was. Dreaming, very true. It's been emotional aspect of control and manipulation can be more powerful than physically speaking. Yeah, absolutely. Janet says my husband's says he's needs 5 medals, 1 for bravery, Purple Hearts, been married 41 years, still going. Love, respect, communication. That's right, Janet. That's what it's all about. And like, why would you be with somebody if you don't want to do that? That's what I never will understand. Why would you just want to keep somebody around just so you could hurt them? It makes no sense, but that's what they do. So awful, Kathy. Thank you for sharing it. And the more that we know about these things, submitting to your husband, yes, Poppy. Just another human. Hey, thank you, just another human. I appreciate you being here. Edwina, nice to see you. She does not like TikTok. I don't. The only reason I don't like TikTok is because I don't understand how to do it. I used to think it was cute when my daughter would do the little TikTok dances and stuff. I was like, oh, that's cute, but Detroit Rock City says, I'm sorry, I believe it, but I do it my own way. I just needed to take off the chains that bound me, and then I could breathe and be me. Yes, exactly. Yeah, in my opinion, absolutely. Absolutely. Trooper's mom said CP said Faith gets the open hand. Yep. Yeah, because of her age. Yeah, that's what he told Terry Lynn. And it's like, he didn't have any qualms about saying it to her. And then he turns around like everybody misconstrued what I said. No, that is exactly what he said to her. Because Terry Lynn said, do you use the belt on Faith? And he said, oh no, she gets the open hand. She's too little. Like, oh yeah, like there's certain ages that you only beat your kid with a belt. What the heck is that? Island said, I learned about a narcissist from a woman in a homeless shelter where I worked at. A lot of women in the shelter are victims of, yes, ABUSE. Yes. Yeah. I learned about it from doing research, because I didn't understand like what's a narcissist and things like that. And then I realized it and I'm like, oh, okay, there you go. And basically it's a psychological, it's a personality disorder. It's in the DSM-5, which is the diagnostic manual for psychiatrists, and that's how they diagnose people if you meet certain criteria. I think it's like 7 traits. If you have 7 of the traits, then you're considered to be a narcissist. And you can't skirt. Those tests are really hard to skirt, guys. They're super hard. That you can't just like fake the test. It won't happen. They're gonna find you out. Because I took one, and I know it's extremely difficult. They ask you all kinds of weird questions, and then they also give you like ink blot tests for real. Like, yeah, it's an intense test. There's no way to really like fake it. And May says, and Seth needs to hold CPS accountable for the stuff with the open case. Once the son done, once this is done, he needs to take it all the way to the Supreme Court justice for Sebastian, in my opinion. Yeah, May, I believe so. I think that Seth deserves to get some justice for this. I think that it's something they may be looking into, but also like it's definitely a civil matter. I think that I think he deserves to know what's in that 5th report. I do. I think he deserves it. I think they owe it to him. CPS does. They need to be held accountable in this situation. I'm sorry. 4, and then a 5th one, and then the kid's missing. You know? Why? Why are they allowing it? Why is Sebastian not important enough to them? Why is this report still open and Seth can't obtain it? He has no idea what happened right before his son went missing. It's absolutely insane. We need some reform. And I know people will get upset with me for that. I understand that. I am not saying that there aren't wonderful, caring people who are overworked and underappreciated in the social services realm, right? Because I know it's called like different things state to state. But what I'm saying is that it's not fair for the kids because the adults don't want to be held accountable, and the state doesn't want to lose any more workers. Well, if they're not worth it, then and these kids are falling through the cracks. Look at JJ McCoy. That little boy, Joshua McCoy, also autistic, but this time he's nonverbal, and he was only 5 years old. He was about to turn 6, and he was found about 1.6, I believe, miles away from his home. His mother's tire tracks were over there. She was on rugs. When they went into the house, and CPS had been there several times, there were human feces in the house. There was prescription medication all over the house. That child was not being taken care of. That child did not deserve to live in that nastiness. There was trash everywhere. There was food everywhere. There was bugs everywhere. And we just leave the child in the home. No, I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care how many cases you have. Get the child out of there, no matter what you have to do. I don't care what you have to do. Do it. Don't leave these kids in here. And Sebastian never deserved to stay like that. So what? His dad can't get him in online classes? Figure something out. They should have given Seth resources. It's not fair that Sebastian gets, that he falls through the cracks. And then they allowed him to stay in there after that 5th report. Let's not forget that. Right before he went missing, either the end of January, Tony said, or the beginning of February, Sebastian had another report come in against either a domestic violence situation or a child abuse situation. They left him in there. Why? Sharon says 100% it's agreed. DV is such a horrific thing and happened. I went through it for 14 years, in my opinion. See what I mean? All of you wonderful people. All of you wonderful people. Thank you, Merge. Strong women, smart women, good people. It's not right. It's not your fault either. Yes, the narcissist has caused the divide. Thank you, Starflower. That way nobody will come together. Nobody will go after the real person who needs to be really gone after, which is Chris Proudfoot. And I don't care. You won't take anything from me. I don't have anything to take. So go ahead. Want 16 pairs of shoes? Have at it, Proudfoot. What's your size? Because I don't care. I'm tired of skating around him. I'm tired of oh, let's tiptoe around Chrissy Poo. But yeah, he'll go off and get a restraining order against a creator for putting flyers up in the area, and running her mouth. So what? I run my mouth all the time. But for him to be like, oh, I'm scared, you're scared, bull crap. He outweighs Betty by a lot. Let's just put it that way. He's a grown man, but he's always afraid to, you know, he's afraid of Betty, but he's not afraid to go after an elderly woman, Seth's mom, Seth's sister, Bobby, his neighbor, Chloe PI, Heather PI. That's 5 women I can think of off the top of my head that he's done dirty, done wrong to, threatened, yelled at. He was extremely rude to Smiley. He was extremely disgusting and rude to Terry Lynn. He was extremely hateful to Trisha on Web Sleuths, and Insightful One. She was up there too, another woman. But he just comes on there like some big man. He ain't shit. Michelle says we have to look at everything. I'm analytical and I have to break everything down and look at it. Yes. Yes. I am too. I'm the same way, Michelle. And put it together and it works. I have been this type of thinker all my life. Think outside the box. You have to, we have to. We have no options other than to do that at this point. I just couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle watching Justin last night. I couldn't handle thinking about that, what Tony said. And then I was like, and then I go to Smiley's channel and what is on there but that phone call. And I was like, oh my gosh. And then I was talking with my friends and I just thought, this is not right. We have to talk about it, Wait, what says, so why would Kay stay in that house? She's the breadwinner. Yeah, I know. And see, that's the craziest part too, because I don't believe that the element of the financial ABUSC is in there. You know what I mean? Just because she can do for herself. It's not like sometimes you get together with somebody when you're really, really young and you don't do anything besides have babies, right? And you're a good mama and you stay home with them and you didn't have a job before, and you didn't go to school because you had 3 or 4 kids, and it's understandable, right? And then all of a sudden you realize you need to get the hell out of this situation, but you don't have any education and you don't have any work experience and you've never had a job, a real job before. It could be really scary. And then on top of that, you might not have any money because he controls all the money. And so even if you was to take a little bit here and there, you can't even barely scrimp and scrape for it. And that's why there's the shelters and things like that women have to turn to, because they don't have a choice. Katie has a choice. She has a choice and she needs to make the choice to get the heck away from them. She has to. And I'm talking about the whole family. That whole family is messed up, guys. I'm sorry that they are. And I'm not going to call anybody names or anything like that, except for Chris. But, his mom is an enabler. She's a flying monkey that will do his bidding for him, that has done it. That if you go against her Chrissy, then she's going to go after you. When I went through the Catholic Church, that whole thing with them, his whole entire family did it. His whole entire family was signing things. There was a girl that was married to his brother. That married him probably like 5 years before that. So she was not around when I was 16 years old. She wasn't around when we all knew each other and we grew up together. She wasn't at my wedding, but she signed the paperwork to the Catholic Church. Oh, she sure did. She put her signature on there. And then come to find out 2 years later, he was doing DV on her. And they divorced because of it. 2 separate cases that are embedded in their divorce paperwork. You can't see them. You can't go on and look for those specifically, because that's what they do in Missouri. They put it in your divorce paperwork. So it's all hidden. Fun fact. So yeah, there's the flying monkeys. They will do the bidding. They will. Trust me. Trust me. And May said Nina didn't have family members either. Just yeah, Katie's. It's all control in my opinion. Right? Yeah. Nina was able to call her dad, luckily, to come to Hendersonville to do the exchange, or to, well, it wasn't even an exchange. It was just for Nina to get Faith back, you know, because they took her while her other daughter was sick. And that's another thing. A narcissist will love an abuser. They will love to kick you when you're down. So if they see one little tiny bit of weakness, they will go and they will pounce on that, because it's an easy way in. It's low-hanging fruit. They don't want to have to try so hard. Thank you, another human. I appreciate it, guys. I didn't know how this conversation was going to go tonight. Thank you, Meow. Because I don't want to stick up for Katie, and I don't want to be an enabler to her, and I don't want to say, well, don't feel bad for Katie, because guess what? Sebastian's the one that we need to feel bad for. Sebastian's the one that we need to be looking for. Sebastian's the one we need to care for. But I was just thinking to myself, what if Chris is like, if you go out there and you search or put up flyers or anything, I'm gonna beat your butt. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's possible. In my opinion, it's about control of an abuser. It's hard when they promise it won't happen. I went through a lot and I finally broke free. I'm so glad you did, Sharon. I'm so glad you did. And it is true. It is true. It's like you start and you start second guessing yourself. You start wondering if it's something that I could do better. Should I have had dinner on the table right when they walked in? Should I wait an hour after they get home so they can have a drink first? Should I be make sure the house is extra clean? It's because I didn't, clean the bathroom good enough. It's because I didn't make the bed today. I forgot. Things like that is the reason that we start blaming ourselves for it, because the first thing that they're going to do is blame us. It's always our fault. It's never their fault. Their ego cannot take it for it to be their fault, and so they always have to find a scapegoat. And if you're married to them, you're going to be the scapegoat every single time, because they will never ever admit that they were wrong. They can't say, I'm sorry, genuinely, I'm sorry. They never will. Don't wait for an apology. Don't wait for them to admit they did wrong to you. They never will. They never will. I never got one single apology from anybody on that side of the family. Never. They never said, I'm sorry we did that to you. We should never have done that to you. They never did. They just go on with their lives. So that's the best thing that you guys can do if you're in that situation, is go on with your life, because they don't care about you. They never did. And it's a very hard pill to swallow. It's very sad. It's sad to think that you wasted years of your life. It's sad to think that you had kids with this person. But you can still get out and you can still have a great life afterwards. You can still, life is never going to be perfect. No relationship is perfect. But at least you're not going to have to be in a situation where you're getting hurt and hit and things like that. No one should go through that. Or someone trying to unalive you with antifreeze, or somebody trying to blame you because they decided they were going to hurt you. And then they turn around because they're a cop and they got cop friends and they're going to blame it on you. Again, they can never take responsibility. They'll never admit when they did wrong, and they won't say they're sorry. So they're not worth it. Merge said would be a good time for KP to remove herself from the situation, as all eyes are on them. Absolutely. I pray that she does. I pray that she does. I pray that she decides to do the right thing. I pray that she doesn't get hurt if she is being hurt. And I pray if she's that manipulative and she's just like Chris and she's a female narcissist, or if she's histrionic, which I do believe it might be that. Best example I can give is Amber Heard. I've seen a lot of that kind of a little bit of a mean streak in there. Makes me wonder. But it also could be because of her past trauma, generational trauma, and then now dealing with Chris. Because let's be honest, Chris is a psychopath. I'm sorry, he is. I can't help it. It's his words. I'm not going off of anything besides what he has said, and I'm not a medical professional. Don't get me wrong. But if you look and you research the DSM-5, I'm going to tell you how you can figure out Chris is a narcissist. You go over there and you read the criteria and then you match it up. Does Chris do this? Yes, there's 1. Does Chris do this? Yes, there's 2. And further down the line. And then you go and you read the research. Okay, well, if this person matches 7 of these criteria, they might be a narcissist. And that's how you figure it out. It's unfortunate because many of them do not get any help. They like refuse to get help. So, you know, it's one of those things. I'm sorry, guys. Let's see. I'm sorry, I'm so behind. Robini says, dog offered KP an out too. Yes, they did. You know, that was brilliant. Whoever decided to send that to her that way, that was a really good idea. But you know what she did? She ran right to Chris and told him. I've been guilty of doing stuff like that, guys. Sticking up for this asshole, making excuses for him. You know, look at this person. They think that you're hurting me. I had a person at the job center pull me into a different room away from my ex-husband and say, "Are you being hurt by him? Are you afraid of him? Because you seem like you are." I said, "Yes, I am." Because that was about the time that I was getting out and away from him. I had already left him several times before that. But he would stalk me and find me and I would go back. But yes, and you think you're fooling people, but you're not fooling people. You're not fooling anybody. You're just not. You're not fooling anybody. All you're doing is wasting your time and your life with somebody that doesn't care about you, doesn't care about your kid, wouldn't thank you, Lori, wouldn't pee on you to you know, to put you out. Hey, Norma. I thought I saw something, Star. Star says if it consists of one friend who comes over for a couple days and I feel up to it and I send him home. Oh, I hear you, Star. That's hilarious. That's what it needs to, you know, and whatever works for you, whatever works for you, you know. Trooper's mom says this is exactly why I believe there were cameras all over the house, inside and out, removed before the incident, premeditated, in my opinion. Absolutely. Especially if he's having her send pictures of him while they're out, because there's no cameras at that place that he can have access to. Butterfly Kisses, thank you for being here. She says, I left my marriage with 28 knots in my belt and 3 concussions. Oh my Lord. Or 23 knots in my head, excuse me, and 3 concussions. Doctor said he didn't know how I survived. I am so sorry. I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did survive. And, you know, it just goes to show that, you know, he didn't get the best of you. And I'm glad he didn't. And Norma says, how do we get him on Unsolved Mysteries? Does anyone know that will, get on people's TVs? That would be a great idea, Norma, just to get him out on something. I mean, I'm surprised Dr. Phil, as crazy as this case has gotten, I mean, he had Summer's parents on, so, you know, love you, Faye. Island, that was cute. But yeah, so he has had them on, so I don't know. Oh my goodness. See, and Butterfly Kisses says that was 25 years ago and I still get migraines from it. See, it's not worth it. It's not. It's just not worth it. Trishy, thank you. I pray Katie is listening to me too. I've tried to plead to her before. I don't know if she heard it. I hope she did. You know, thank you, Minnie. Thank you. That's so important, guys. If you know someone who is in a situation like this, there's help. Tell them. They can text the number. There is another, speaking of Dr. Phil, his wife, Robin, has an organization called When Georgia Smiled. It's in honor of her mother who was dealing with DV too, who had dealt with it. And there's an app that you can get. There's many resources. It's where you can hide messages and things like that, so you can talk to trusted people, get together some personal documents, hide them, start storing money away, start saving money. Anything that you can do to get the hell away from these people. I'm telling you, they don't love you. It was never love. Never. Never, ever, ever. Not even puppy love. And Star says, can we do a Catholic and oh my goodness. You're here. You're here, Star. This is what this is. This is the beginning. I'm ramping up to, start it. No, I'm just teasing. I really, guys, I swear this is how it came about. I was just thinking about it and then talking about it, and it was like, it kind of just came to me again where I was like, why did I abandon that thought process? Because I did. But I think a lot of it had to do with some of the horrible things that Katie was saying about Sebastian. It just almost made me so infuriated at her that I failed to see some of this stuff. And I mean, that's on me. But in the same way, I just thought it was interesting to talk about because of what Tony said, because of what Justin said. It just all added up. And like I said, I saw that from the lab and I was like, oh gosh, here we go. Because this is exactly, yes, Katie, speak up, Janet says. I was married to an amazing man for 35 years. He's been gone 3.5. Oh, Starflower. I'm so sorry. I'm so glad that you found somebody wonderful, though, because you deserve it. Sharon Burge, do a welfare check if you're concerned. The welfare checks are important, guys. Well checks are important, and they have to do them. They have to. They can't just, leave you off. They can't push you off. They can't blow you off. They have to do it. And if they don't, you call again and you say, I need this done. If you know a friend or, your sister or your aunt, somebody, whoever's going through it, make sure, Trishy says, I'm going to add to my prayers that Katie speaks up, makes a plan, and leaves him. Thank you, Trishy. I really appreciate that, guys. It's just about, because I think that can help. I think that can help with Sebastian's case. I know it can. If there can be some kind of a break in that situation, something positive can happen from it. Somebody will come forward, somebody will talk. And what may just happen is that Chris might try to just go down there and throw Katie right under the bus with Mommy Bowersocks. And then Katie might be able to go in there and say, actually, look, this is what happened. And then at that point, it's up to law enforcement because they have all the information. So they can decipher who's being truthful and who's not at that point, hopefully. But it can help Sebastian's situation. So that's why it's important. And then also, I just wanted to hit it home too. Sebastian's who's most important, Katie needs to step it up. She just does. She needs to look within herself and remember that lady that was fighting in the Navy, the lady that wanted to the lady that wanted to join the Navy. Because I'm telling you right now, I look at the way those people have to get up early and be yelled at and work out and everything like that. And I'm like, no, thank you. You know what I mean? Like, not cut out for it. So she has to find it within herself to be able to do something like this. And it's for Sebastian. It's for him. Because Chris doesn't love her. The way that he treats her, the way he talks down to her, oh, you don't know about music. You don't know nothing. How rude. And that's not an exact quote, but it was the general gist of it. And it was very rude and it was very belittling. And not one single one of those women on that panel, not Clue, not Queen Bee, not that B Tim, that other person, I don't know, the one that was like a Pollyanna that just like basically, oh, really, Katie? Oh, what's his favorite? Does he like Nesquik? Whatever. Why didn't any one of those women stand up and be like, hey, Chris, how about you not talk to Katie like that? That was rude as hell. She's sitting here trying to talk to us about Sebastian. You rudely interrupt her and talk down to her. Not one single one of them stood up to Chris. And it makes me sick, really, because those are supposed to be her friends. Those are supposed to be her supporters. But yet none of them, they just sat there and allowed Katie to be belittled by her husband in front of everybody. How embarrassing for them, not for Katie. And Silver Penny says, Catholic. Oh, Catholic here. We went to church every Sunday, went home after church, stepdad. Oh my goodness. That is against the Bible. Exactly. And that's one thing. Let me say this. They will use that every single time. They will use it against you. They will use good things against you. See where it says here you're supposed to. No, actually, that's not what it means, jackass. Far from what it means. But they'll use it, and they'll use the fear of God that you have to manipulate you into thinking that they're doing okay, they're doing right by you. No, it's not. Nobody deserves it. Thank you for sharing that, Silver Penny. Fine Summers, she said she could really be psychologically trapped in fear if there were really cameras in the home. Absolutely. She could be totally trapped in fear. She could have made a mistake, like a simple mistake, like over medicating Sebastian on accident. His medications were in different things. They're just, again, devil's advocate, just because we don't know. And then she told Chris about it, and then Chris is like holding it over her head. That could be another possibility, and she's just scared to death. I mean, it's just, you know. Thank you, Trishy. I am. Thank you. I just want to make it clear because I know I just don't want to upset people because I understand it's about Sebastian, but I do want to talk about it because I think it's important. Sharon says it's horrible merge. Speak to the lieutenant or go high over their head and tell them your concerns. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I think I missed something there. I'm so sorry. Just to RN, nice to see you. A clock wasn't even correct date. And the clock wasn't even the correct date. Oh, is it on the 3 a.m. flashlight video, you mean? Trooper's mom says, for example, if KP is watching, this could be the stream that she gets out and lets Ellie know what happened. I'm hoping so, Trooper's mom. I hope something happens where somebody decides to do the right thing here. There's a lot of people that are coming forward now, and even Nina sending her daughter out and different things like that, or allowing her to speak up, things like that. And Island says, in my opinion, that's where I think those marks are on CP's arm came from. They had a fight because Ellie would have pulled him in those arms. I think so too. I think so too. It's either, well, the Morkies didn't do it. That's my opinion. The Morkies didn't do it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to smoke a cigarette because I've been trying to be good about it. The Morkies didn't do it, in my opinion. It definitely looked like there were some bite marks, in my opinion. It looked more fresh than, because that was on the, let's see, the March 3rd interview. No. The March 4th interview with Holly Thompson's Local News, Nashville, 8 days in. I think they looked more fresh than coming from the 26th, but I might have looked at ones that were a little bit more enhanced, if that makes sense. Like, it did look more fresh, but it didn't look like the dogs did it. Those little dogs, they're just little. They're so itty bitty. I just don't see them doing that. Dawn says, lady, I believe in my heart that LE knows as well. I do too. And I was frustrated because I feel like they dropped the ball to begin with, but I feel like they are trying as hard as they can now. And also the FBI is involved, so that's always good. Norma said, I know he is hurting KK. She looks in shock. She looks in shock. It's very sad, in my opinion. It is, especially if that's what's going on. It doesn't alleviate her enabling. It doesn't alleviate any of her behaviors. Trust me. But it might explain some things. Just Dawn says, I mean, LE knows CP is, yes, I know. They have to. They have to, Just Dawn. They have to, or they're not looking hard enough. Hurry back, Lori. She's probably back by now. I'm so behind. Butterfly Kisses says, has anyone ever even heard from KP? No, I have not. That's why, I was kind of calling her out a little bit and being a little snarky with her. Mama Foot hasn't been out since, May, what is it? May 23rd. Let me look on my sheet again. Yeah. May 23rd, 2024, Queen Bee's interview, where they allowed Chris to disrespect Katie several times. Disrespected her by saying that his YouTube channel is going to be called Swangers and Bangers and whatever nasty stuff he came up with, being just a total pig. And just like Sheriff Matthews said in Crystal's case, and her family kept reiterating, well, we can't arrest him for being an asshole. That's not illegal. But some of the things that he's doing is criminal, in my opinion. And if he's harming Katie, that's criminal. Starflower says, I think KP looked doped up on anxiety medication in the first interviews. Yeah, especially Nancy Grace. Sharon says Chris wouldn't let Sebastian around his daughter, in my opinion. Absolutely. And we talked about this before too. Sharon, he was saying things like, because of Sebastian's history, because of what he went through in California, that he was not, how do I say it? Because of the things that he went through in California, he was not acting appropriately. But then we find out on the same interview, May 23rd, 2024, and not one single person called him out on it, and Katie enabled it. They sat there and said, he showed Sebastian a song about playing with his private parts, and that he thought it was funny, and he told Sebastian not to laugh. And the whole time he's explaining it to the panel, and then Cluminati jumps in and says, oh yeah, I was mad at my mom because she lied to me about that song. And then Dago was on panel, and he said, I think it was him anyway. I shouldn't say it. It was another man on panel. I take that back. It was another man on panel and said, yeah, because your mom didn't want to emotionally scar you or anything, because you're a kid. You shouldn't have been hearing that song and stuff like that. Did they not make that connection with Sebastian? Because, I mean, he's 15 years old, but they kept saying that he's not fully 15, that he's a little bit younger in his mental capacity. So why did they think that that was appropriate? And then the whole time Chris is doing this, you could tell that Katie is embarrassed as hell. She's probably, if she was on camera, we'd probably see her sinking down in her seat, because he's embarrassing the hell out of her. And she just goes, silver bells, silver bells. I like that Christmas song, or something like totally crazy. It's because she's probably not thinking right. Star says, assuming they're still together even, I hate to imagine how Edgar treats KP after he gets off alive. Gets off alive, all worked up over his truck. Absolutely. I'm sure he takes it out on her. I'm sure he took it out on her that he messed up the whole thing with the dog sleeping with her on that same interview. Because it's never his fault. It's always someone else's fault. He can't blame himself for anything. He can't take responsibility. He can't look introspectively and say, that was I messed up. I done messed up, kind of thing. He can't do that. He's incapable because his ego doesn't allow for it. Just Dawn says, I wish CP's exes would band together and share their personal stories with LE. Me too, Just Dawn. Oh my goodness, wouldn't that be something? We need people to stand up. We have to. It's for Sebastian. He doesn't deserve to be just out there somewhere. He's out there somewhere and he doesn't deserve it. Jocelyn, good to see you. Jocelyn says, Star, I use humor too. It took me years to get out. You're right. It was just very difficult to leave mentally and financially. It is. It is. And it's hard to if you're a good person and you love your kid, you don't want to ever have to take them away from the other parent, right? Because you're a good person and you love your kid and you understand that they need to have both parents. You understand that it's not the kid's fault and they still love both parents unconditionally. But unfortunately, you're not playing with somebody. You're not playing on a fair field, right? You're playing, basically the game is set. The deck's set against you. The game is fixed. And the other person has all the power and they're not going to let you win. There is no winning. There is no winning. It's all losing. It's a losing battle when you're messing with a narcissist or somebody who likes to, well, I don't even know if they like to do it, but they do. ABUSE people. And Detroit Rock City says we did all of the rituals and our parents could do their own sins, and on Sunday it was okay because they went to the confession on Saturday. Detroit Rock City. For sure. Exactly. And that's the thing, it doesn't alleviate what you've done. It really doesn't. Just because you go, hey Father, this is what I've done, and then you go say your acts of contrition, your Hail Marys and all that. It doesn't give you a free reign to be a butthole the whole entire rest of the week. And Sharon says, Merge, I'm sorry. Law is supposed to serve and protect everyone. Absolutely. And we need to push more for that, guys. We need to push more for it. Meow, and he's still free. Yep. Flowery, good to see you. All DV situations aren't good. One bad one. Sometimes they're both bad. Yeah. Absolutely, Flowery. There are situations like that. And that's what I'm trying to kind of decipher in this case. Is Katie just as bad as Chris? In some aspects, people could say yes, she's enabling it. But some people could turn around and say, but she's scared. Because I'm going to tell you, when I saw my ex-brother-in-law's wife's name on the paperwork for the Catholic Church, I was mad. I was like, that girl does not even know me. I told Father, I said, she wasn't around. She doesn't know me. How is she able to say anything about it? And I said, we were divorced. Like, it was probably 6 months. I had only known that girl for 6 months. She only knew me for 6 months. And we were getting divorced as they were getting together. So how is she able to be a witness of anything and to sign her name to anything about me? I was upset. But then, like I said, fast forward years later, and here she is, 2 separate cases of DV on her. So did he force her to do that? Did he force her to sign against me, somebody she didn't know? Possibly. I'll never know. Maybe I'll find out one day. I couldn't go into their records and look. Otherwise, I would have maybe gotten a little bit more answers on it. But that's the thing. I try not to be upset with her because she might have been going through the same thing I was, and I just didn't know it. Maybe his flying monkey family members, who some of them are narcissists themselves, were forcing her to do it too. Oh, if you don't go against her, then we're not accepting you into our family. If you're not with us, you're against us. It's very possible. Butterfly Kisses says, yes, I'd hate to know what he does to her. It's awful. He's an awful person, guys. I'm sorry, but and I don't like to say that. I don't like to discount people or say that they can never redeem themselves or that there's no redemption at all for people. I hate to be the one to say that, because what would incentivize somebody to change if nobody's going to give you a second chance? And it's not for us to judge. It's up to God. But in the same way, you can't keep letting people hurt other people and just allow for it, because then you're enabling it. So that's the biggest problem that I see, and I also understand that it goes a lot deeper than just, does somebody want to get out of a situation? Hell yeah, they want to get out of a situation, but can they always? Is it always that easy? It's not. Star says, we want justice for Sebastian, not another missing or even unalive person, no matter how crappy a person they can be. Thank you, Star. Exactly. Couponing says, angels are watching over you. That's right. To Butterfly Kisses. That's right. It's a chilling thought, Star. Sharon says 4 CPS reports are on Chris and 1 was on Katie about Sebastian, in my opinion. When Chris was explaining, when the CPS worker came to the house, they were all sitting down to eat dinner. He went to the door and he did say, "Oh, it's not about that one, but it's about the other one. It wasn't the one on me," he said. So that is a strong possibility, Sharon, and I won't ever discount that. She looked like a hostage, Lori says. I mean, if you think about it, in some of those interviews she did, wouldn't look up, would make eye contact with nobody. And I hate to say it, but that's another sign of ABUSE, is that you have such a low self-worth that you don't look at nobody. You're always down and, you know what I mean, scared, and, instead of sit up tall. She's military. She's military. Military people, I mean, I slouch all the time. Look at me, I went back to my but you know what I'm saying? But like, she could sit up tall. That's how they're taught to have that good posture about themselves and things like that. So it's absolutely possible. Absolutely possible. Island says, what's interesting, all around the world, these narcissists have the same pattern of behavior. Right. They are not original. They are not original. They're tired. They are tired and sorry. And Detroit Rock City says, my dad cheated on my mom, but he went to confession, and Sunday he was cleared of all his sins. I hate those lies. I know. And that's not okay. It's not enough. They need to work on themselves. They need to change the behaviors, and then it's okay, right? Because God thinks like that too. It's not just, you know, it's not just one-sided like that. God wants you to say sorry and mean it, and not do it ever again. Michelle says, I was hoping her boyfriend from Illinois came, stayed there. I wonder what she saw. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Wonder if Ellie questioned her on the life inside Proudfoot home while visiting. No telling. I would hope they did, though. I would hope they did. My biggest problem is with Sheriff Snuggle Struggle. He is my problem, because I don't feel like he takes it seriously enough. I don't think that he cares. I think he's one of those guys that would enable something like that. It's just that thing. God send love. Thank you. Thank you, May. Star says, Island High. It's a psychologically proven cycle over at least decades of a study. Why aren't we teaching these things to our teens? I agree, Star, 100%. And why aren't we teaching boys that they can be in tune with their feelings, that they can use their words, that they can show their feelings, that they don't have to bottle them inside. I think that is what really causes narcissism, is bottling that feeling up inside. Bury it down deep. Don't ever say it again. Don't ever bring it up again. And then the next thing you do, it's rearing its ugly head. You have an ego complex. You have an inferiority complex. You have codependency issues. You have, what's the other one I was thinking of? Abandonment issues. And it's like, you don't want to be abandoned again, so you're keeping that person, you're holding on to them, you have to control everything they do, because hell, if they leave you, you're nothing without them. That's how you feel about yourself. So then you project that onto the other person and say, nobody's ever going to want you, no one's ever, make them feel as low as they can so they won't ever want to leave you. And that comes from deep insecurities. And I'm not, again, oh God, please guys, I am not by any means Faye, sticking up for the narcissist or feeling bad for that creep, whoever they are. I'm not. But in the same way, it's why it would happen like that. That's the reason why it goes on and on like this, and it happens like that so much. Hey Chief, good to see you. I'm sorry if I didn't say hi to everybody, guys, and if I didn't get everybody's comments in. I just and Castle, good to see you. It's just, I just thought that it would be good to come up and talk about it tonight, because it's important to me. And Holly S says, I can see her appearances going down the longer she's with him. She looks exhausted, broke, catatonic. Well said, Holly. Well said. I know, exactly, Rob Beanie. My goodness. Starflower agrees. Debbie, nice to see you. Debbie says, butterfly kisses, love. I'm sorry. The scars inside take time to fade. They come out when you least expect it. Self-love heals them. Well said, Debbie. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate your comment. Hey, Castle. Merge says, Minnie, happy for you. Hope you found a good one. Minnie says he's all right. I love you, Minnie. I love you so much. I love all you guys. You guys are awesome. Sharon says, Chief Rocket, do you have receipts or just asking? Uh-oh, what's Chief claiming? No, I'm just kidding, Chief. All right, guys, I want to read this to you really quick because I thought this was really special, and I think it fits really well. And I want to dedicate this to anybody out there who has ever had to go through this crap, and people who made it out, people who are still involved in it. Just know that you're not alone, and that there's help, there's hope, there's people that care and that are willing to show you the love that you deserve. And it might not be a guy, you know, I'm just saying that. It might not be a guy, but it might be a good friend. It might be somebody that you can trust, somebody that you can confide in. It might be, you know, your mom, your dad. It could be anybody that helps you through this, your sister. I know my little sister was always there for me. Always. So it says, Sister, I am with you. Let me tell you something. You're never going to understand why they did what they did. It's never going to make sense to you. You're never going to be able to fathom it or wrap your mind around it. You're not built that way. Stop trying to rationalize things that will never be reasonable. By all means, give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're broken. Maybe they're acting out of pain or trauma. You can always give grace. But they're still, excuse me, but they still chose something you wouldn't choose. And no matter how much you pick up and turn it over in your mind, you're never going to understand. Your core values just don't align. That's a huge one, guys. Your core values do not align with these toxic people. And that's why it's hard to understand. That's why you probably never will understand. And thank goodness, because you don't want to be them. And deep down, you know that. You want to be you. You need to be you. So try not to get stuck on asking yourself, but how could they? Where did I go wrong? Why would they do this? The actions of an unhealthy person will rarely make sense to a healthy one. So please don't contort yourself, twist yourself, or trip over yourself trying to understand their heart. Please don't drop the things that truly matter because you're grabbing at sand. And most of all, please don't waste 1 second of your precious time and energy trying to figure it out. You're not perfect, and you know it, but you're willing to clean up your side of the street. You're willing to be humble and teachable. You're willing to listen and do better going forward. Not everyone is built that way. They're just not. It's one of the hardest things to realize, people without closure, to forgive people without apologies, to let go of memories that haunt you. But analyzing it doesn't work all the time. And there isn't any benefit either. Sometimes it's a difference of heart. And it's as painful as it is. And as painful as it is, excuse me guys, sorry. You've got to accept what excuse me. Let me just start over on that one. Sometimes it's a difference of heart, and as painful as it is, you've got to accept what is without ever receiving a why. It's their mess. Leave it with them. Prop your feet up and go live your life. And this is the post. So a lot of times you're never, ever, ever going to get a sorry. You're never going to get a reason why they treated you. They're probably never going to admit that they did it. They probably won't. If they do, then that's good for them because that means that they're healing too. But don't expect it because thank you, Minnie, and that was from Minnie, guys, just so you know. Just always remember that. Always remember that you're worth more and don't dwell on them because guess what? They're not dwelling on you. I can guarantee it. If they are, they're just obsessed with you and they want the narcissistic supply back. You might have been their best form of supply, but there is no love lost there. So if you're in it, oh my gosh, please get out, please, because you're worth more than that. And spending that time on them that they're never going to spend on you isn't worth it. It's just not. And Holly says, in my opinion, the only time he's ever been nice in a relationship is during the initial love bombing phase. Unfortunately, that's because that's how they trick you. Oh, they're so sweet. They're nice to me. Even the ones that aren't the best looking, because I'm sorry, but when I saw Tony Jones, I was like, oh my gosh, Crystal was beautiful. Like, what did she see in Tony? What did she ever see in Tony, Love bombing. Aw, Yorkie mix. I love Yorkies. They're so cute. Oh, Chief's got some insight. Chief's got some insight. Gracie says, only if they take responsibility and they stop blaming you. Absolutely. And that's how they're healing. And guess what? There are people out there that do it. But if they're not ever willing to put in the work, or if you can't see that they've done that, I would still be really leery of it. I really would, because I know people that have good hearts like to fix other people. We like to think we could love them through it. We like to think that we could show them a different way, right? Especially if we know that they've had trauma, right? That's one thing. Another thing too, trauma recognizes trauma. So when somebody else that's been hurt before meets somebody else that has been hurt before, and they think, well, maybe we'll be good together because we can help each other and love each other through it. Sometimes that other person's trauma is the reason why they can't move forward, and so it's always really important to not try to ever fix anybody. If you're looking for someone, look for someone healthy. Look for someone who's already established. Don't look for a project. That was my problem. That was my problem. Even after my divorce, I had a couple of projects that didn't work out very well for me. So again, it's just one of those things. It's just, learning that, going through that. And I know everybody's got to learn their own way, but it's easier if you can look at someone else's experience and be like, man, I don't want to go down that road. That road didn't look very fun for them. And, Merge says, imagine living before the 70s when you couldn't get divorced. I mean, it was even worse back then. And then also the homemakers, that didn't have job skills. Well, look, don't get me wrong. I should rephrase that, because I think that a single mom, or excuse me, a stay-at-home mom is someone who can manage time effectively, who can handle stressful situations, who can, put out fires when need be. Don't underestimate a mom that's raised, kids and been home. Don't ever do it. But when in the workforce, on a resume and things like that, that's what makes it really difficult, because it doesn't really transfer over like it should. Understandably so. But Starflower says they can't love you because they can't love themselves. It's true. Thank you, Raw Beanie. Yeah, and thank you, Minnie, for that. Michelle says, ladies, join support women's groups. I was a victim of and got many years, been a survivor. Yes, Michelle, that is so true. Women find groups of which trauma you are living, and and did, and then help new victims fight or flight. That's right, courageous to do. It is. It's very courageous to do. It's so courageous to tell your story. It's so courageous to help someone else out. And you're welcome, couponing. I know you know it, girl. Butterfly Kisses says, I gotta lay down. Good night, Butterfly Kisses. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna be getting off here too. And she says, I have dozed off out watching. Hope everyone has a wonderful night. Hold your head up and remember you are worth it. Thank you. Thank you, Finding Summer's Truth. Meow says we are getting light snow. Ooh, all right. All right. Well, be careful and stay warm. Hey, Laura. Good to see you, Laura. She says, thank you for sharing tonight. I'm a survivor and we are stronger than we know. We are. And sometimes we need to be reminded of that if somebody broke us down so bad, you know. It's funny how you could fall in love with somebody and all of a sudden the next thing you know they're putting you down and you're just all of a sudden you're self-blaming, you know. That was the worst part about watching Gabby Petito for me, was watching her sit there and blame herself like she was. Annie Minnie, that's cute. Butterfly Kisses. That's so cute. I love that, Minnie. I think that's what I wanna do is, like, whatever my grandkids wanna call me, that's cute. Laura Arnold, yes, we are. That's right, Merge. That's right. And we're stronger together, guys. That's the thing too. We're stronger together. Strength in numbers and supporting each other. That's what's important. That's what's important. Gracie says, remember when LE would not get involved in DV? Yes. I was a child and I would call. I learned to tell them that I was scared of being hurt, so they would come. I'm sorry, Gracie. See? And that's the thing. Look, maybe that has something to do with what Sebastian's going through. Maybe that was something to do with the CPS reports. It's just a maybe, you know, we don't know. And so it's just something to explore and to look into further. Because I'm really curious. I almost felt like emailing Tony somehow. I don't know how to get a hold of him, but I just wanted to know what the heck. And then also, you know, tell it to me so I can explain it. I don't need to have him come up or anything like that. That I understand they're busy, but it's just something to get a deeper understanding. And Star says, Laura Arnold, yes, indeed. Thank you. Castle says, I'm sorry. Once Sebastian went missing, my main focus and concern is Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers, not Katie. I agree with you. I agree with you, Castle. Thank you. And that's the thing. We need reminders of that right there. It's Sebastian. It's about Sebastian. It really is. Sharon says Craddock went to the same schools and same church and military, in my opinion. There's a lot to be said about that. There's a heck of a lot to be said about that. My biggest problem is that he minimizes ABUSE. If he is willing to minimize such a horrible, violent act as grape, he's willing to minimize DV in a heartbeat. He doesn't even think about it. It's more like, ha ha ha, she should get out. Oh, leave. Well, it's not that easy. Chief says, Lady Freedoms, they were both dishonorably discharged from the Navy for abusing their security clearance while on duty. What exactly did they do? Because I never heard that, Chief. Kathy, I'm almost positive they got a VA loan. If I was the realtor, and well, let's just put it this way. Kathy Bowersox would have told them go VA all the way if she's worth her ass in real estate, because that's the best way to do is through VA. Unless you can't, and but their property would have gone VA. Couponing, thanks TV survivors for sharing your stories. Thank you, Couponing, for saying that. I appreciate it because it's the truth and it's so important. Yep, Gracie knows because she's Army. Thank you, Gracie. And thank you to everybody who served. You know what I mean? I don't like to talk bad about military personnel. That's the worst thing that I could ever want to do. I appreciate them. I thank them when I see them, especially if it's an older person. It just means a lot to me. It means the world to me. it's important. Star says, Gracie, right? It's not even that long ago, respectively speaking, or relatively speaking. Absolutely, Star. Minnie says it depends on the dishonorable discharge. There's, I think, 2 types. Castle says Katie still has a voice. Sebastian doesn't have a voice. Bingo. Bingo. Gracie says, yes, thank you everyone for sharing. I know it's not easy. I just appreciate you guys just allowing me to kick around these ideas, because it was bothering me. It was bothering me so bad, it really was. And I just want to make sure that we can talk about all of these things and just kind of have an open discussion, an open forum where we could all get together and voice our opinions and say, okay, well, maybe it's this and maybe it's that. And I completely agree with you, Castle. It's like, that's why I didn't want people to misunderstand the message tonight, because to me, it's important to me that Sebastian is found. It's important to me that his story gets told. It's important to me to understand what he was going through. But then when I look at this and I was listening again, and just everything kind of pointed me toward it, so I just needed to talk about it. Star says, Castle, exactly right. Let's up she uses her. Oh, let's hope. I got it. Let's hope she uses hers to tell us where Sebastian is. Amen. We need to know where Sebastian is. We need to know. Sebastian's truth needs to be told. Find Summer's truth says. Absolutely. Gracie says. Yes. Kathy says, Gracie, it was discussed earlier that Kay got a VA loan. I'm now confused. Cornfused. Kathy. I love that. That is so cute. Are you going to sleep dreaming? Thank you for being here, honey. I'm gonna go. I'm right behind you. I really am. I'm exhausted this week. This week has been a lot with DV, guys, and I think that's probably another thing that my mind's on it, because of Crystal's case. Hold on one second here. Let me change it over really quick to our Crystal. Guys, Crystal was a wonderful person. She was a mother. She was a sister. She was a daughter. She was an aunt. She was a teacher. Her community loved her. There was standing room only at her funeral. Mally Cat, good to see you, sweetheart. She worked so hard to make Tony's dream a reality. Yes, he had the karate studio, but when she got there, it was like a ray of light came in, and it was 20,000 times better. And I'm going to show you guys because I have Facebook proof on it. It's just the amazing things that only a woman could do when she comes into a relationship, is make that man's life way better. And for him not to ever respect her, for him not to ever repay her for what she's done in terms of just loving her, that's all we want. It's absolutely sickening. Thank you, Merge. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. Oh, Castle, don't worry, honey. It's just more, I agree with you. Believe me. I even said it the other night in the chat. I was like, I don't want Katie on my show either. You know what? She's an enabler, and then I thought about it. I thought, oh gosh, Island, thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Island calls me Liberty, guys. Thank you so much. I love that Island, by the way. That's amazing. I just love it. And I love you. Thank you so much. But guys, it's just one of those things where it's like I look at it and I think, why couldn't he just be happy? I mean, this guy was going on paid dating websites, and then one that was like strictly booty call hookup central, where it was just like, hey, how you doing? And let's get together. It's not even like, go get something to eat, or see a movie or anything, get to know each other. It's just like straight away. which don't get me wrong, sometimes that can be okay as long as it's, a mutual thing, but there's a lot of shysters on there. And then also a lot of people get hurt on those websites and things like that too. So you have this guy lurking around over there, but yet he's got a whole beautiful, wonderful woman. And I'm sorry, guys, the exit and entrance wounds, they just don't match up. The entrance wound is going to be small and the exit wound is going to be big, because when the bullet enters, that's just what happens. In this case, it wasn't that way. Somebody that's going to take their own life, they're not going to use their awkward hand to do it. And this family has been given the runaround. And I know it's an hour long, but there's also a really great short out there. And I didn't realize how I could make these shorts. The first one is kind of a little bit off skew. But there's a third one in there. If you guys will just go over and just watch that little piece, I would be so grateful, because it shows exactly what her family is talking about. And I think it's just really important, for at least for them to know that we all know as well, because her sister's been working so hard and she's been getting so much flack for this crap, and all they're doing is the right thing. That's all they want to do, is the right thing. And all they want is some answers, and they can't get a straight answer. The sheriff said he was gonna contact them back. He never did. So this one's called "You Guys Are Pros, but the Logistics Don't Match," and neither does the exit and entrance wound. So if you guys go to my shorts, and it's just the second one down, well, I guess it wouldn't be, that would be for my videos, but it's that second one down. And it will show you exactly what I'm talking about. 3-minute short, 2 minutes and 58 seconds. But I think that might entice you to want to watch that whole entire video, because that guy, I mean, he goes as far as to say that Tony could go down to the donut shop and tell everybody that he's Donald Trump's pimp. And those are his exact words, Donald Trump's pimp. I was like, okay, I understand. Election time maybe, but no, that was back in 2023. So I don't know what in the heck it was all about. Thank you, Holly. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, Donald Trump's pimp. And the family is sitting there like, I'm sure, like, what? Like, I heard a couple people just kind of like, chuckle a little bit, but also like caught off guard, awkward, Thank you, Sharon. I'm so glad to have you. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you so much, guys. It's really important just to spread this awareness. And I know that, thank you, Gracie. I love all you guys so much. Thank you, Star. Thank you, Minnie. I love you, Island. Meow. Love you, Meow. Thank you for sending that to me, Meow. I'm going to put together another video updates too, guys. You guys are awesome. Kathy, so awesome. Thank you. He did? I'm so glad, Kathy. Oh, that makes my heart sore. I am so glad. Not sore, hurt, sore. Like, oh my gosh, that's so great. I need people. I added Nancy Grace and Vinnie Politan. Damn them. No, I'm just kidding. I love both of them. That's why I added them at it. I tagged them because I thought, please, I need you guys to help us. I need them to help Jana. All right. I love all you guys so much. Thank you all so much for being here. Again, for anybody watching on the replay, don't come for me. Don't unsubscribe just because we disagree on one thing. I'm just kidding. But no, I just hope it just opens up the conversation. Ooh, Jacoff, Wednesday, 7 p.m. Wiley, thank you. Wiley B, thank you for being here. I appreciate you too. I really do, guys. I really do. Lori, love you, Lori. Finding Summer's Truth, meow. I love all you guys. Granny to 13, love you too. All of you guys. Thank you, Minnie. You guys are amazing. Aw, you guys are so great. Let's keep Sebastian in our thoughts and prayers. Let's pray that if Katie's going through this, then we can coax her out of it. Let's pray that she finds clarity, because she's the one that knows what happened, in my opinion. She's the one that was with Sebastian last. And I think that if she's able to feel more comfortable, or if she's able to feel safe, then there may be more information that we can pick up and get out of her. And I pray that people will see right through Chris. Castle, thank you so much. Love you. And thank you so much, Jocelyn. Thank you. The Path, it's so good to always see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Michelle, Gracie, thank you. Yes, sub up to Gracie, guys. She's awesome. Jocelyn Star. Love you guys. Love you, Merge. Love you, Merge. Love you, Robini. Thank you for subbing up, Robini. I love you guys. Everybody take care. Stay safe out there. If you are dealing with domestic violence, get out, please, before it's too late. Please, I beg of you. I beg of you. And if you don't know what to do, email me and put in big letters DV, and I will talk to you and I will help you. And it can be secret. I will never tell nobody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you guys. Good night.